Hello everybody and welcome back to Wampleville. Also welcome back to Middle Earth. We've got ourselves a little bit of Galadriel right here. This is going to be the Dark Galadriel. So we're just going to see if the stream starts to stabilize here. We'll just again welcome everybody into Wampleville here. If you remember last week's stream, hey Armored Wolf, how are you doing there? It's kind of funny. You just after talking about journal covers so many times, actually seeing one in progress there is really nifty. So this Loot Studios Galadriel definitely taller than the printing goes ever on. So their printing goes ever on than their Dark Galadriel. I was just filming a tutorial on the basing of this. I think you can see how she's floating there. Don't want to put too much stress on the pins before they're glued in because we are going to have to paint her separately. Well, sort of have to take her off of there to paint this base, right? I was thinking of painting the base ahead of time, but I said, well, okay, what the heck? I guess not, because we can always stick her on our one of our little dead paint jars with some blue tack. So this one we did last week, obviously doing the transparent cloth and the lace and everything here. I don't know, I've got a couple of references out there. You can see that one's got more of the blues and purples. This one's a bit more towards the greenish side of things. The one on the right is more of your movie Galadriel reference, and then you've got the one on the left that's a little bit more of a, geez, I don't know. I don't think it's art from the printing goes ever on. I'm just kind of waiting here for the bit rate to sort of stabilize just a bit. I'm also gonna look for something here and see if I can find. I just realized that here. Let me see if I can find their version of it here. And let me see if I can find an image just of that thing, maybe, because I know that someone has painted that already, but yeah, unfortunately that doesn't really show up. So we'll just, we will abandon that search right there. May Landrast is back in California again. So Landrast, hopefully that came out of the package in one piece. I have no idea if it did. Obviously, well, those things tend to break relatively cleanly. So hopefully you can maybe get that, if it did break, get that back in one piece again. So what we're going to do is we're going to take her off of the base here. Let me grab my tool right here because I would prefer these things to actually stay on the base. That would be a little bit better if they did. Well, they're not going to stay on the base. They wanted to stay with the figure. So I guess we'll just have to push them in there, and we'll have to maybe use a little extra blue tack here to keep this in place. Yeah, let's just get a little more blue tack for that. Hey, Valfera. So Valfera, hopefully things aren't too crazy there. Well, actually, I'm worried about because I don't think I had any way to message Art of Michael and all the folks out east that were getting absolutely blasted by all the hurricane stuff there. And well, anybody that lives in Tennessee might not be living in Tennessee anymore. They might be in Florida by now. At least I think so. All right, so we're just going to push that down. That's relatively strong. So now we got these things separated. We can try and get our base painted over here. Again, we did this in a video last night. Epoxy sculpt, tree, the elven roller, and the bulletin board cork. Pretty darn simple. And of course, just a wooden plaque. Let's get down to some of our pre-glazy type stuff. Palette over here, we've got our white, our brilliant yellow pale, some Terra Rosa, kind of the usuals here, indigo, black spinel, Van Dyke brown. We do have phthalo green joining us in case we go down the road of doing the greenish one more like this. Then we've got our perline black, of course, Prussian blue. The Fanchon red and the magenta, that's just from, and even the Egyptian violet, that's from the last session. So I mean that's just kind of on there just to be there. Then we've got the brown matter also from the last session, and then asphaltum over here. So War Mini Painting, how you doing? Thanks for joining us here. I know it's a little bit later for you, so I'm not sure if you saw this. Actually, this is on the YouTube channel now. what I did was I just focused on the skin tone stuff and this lace. Not so much the stuff on the bottom, but it was pretty much from here up. That's up on the YouTube channel now. You can see that. We sculpted ourselves another one of these bases so that we can now paint up the Printing Goes Ever On version of Dark Galadriel. Greenleaf Terrain Studio, yeah, this is the all will love me in despair, right? And we're gonna have to keep this one here. I need this as a character right there. So Greenleaf, I hope you're doing well. So Valfair, I was worried because there was one part that got what 17 inches of rain in a 24-hour period or something like that. So Armored Wolf, the actually the black chips were certainly better for this because the blue ones, and you'll see it in the video, the blue ones are too soft. They just kind of bounce right off of this. But the one black one that has that, it's we used the one that had the wedge on it, the angled wedge, and then the other one was the kind of the pointy one. And those two, especially in the early phases, were good because it kind of flops over a little bit. Then you start using the metal one to get some of the more precise stuff. But oh, thanks, War Mini Painting. Glad you're able to see that. So again, this was a video that we filmed last night. Now we're going to try and, well, take advantage of some pre-glaze on this. And again, I still have to figure out, are we going more with the greens like this or more with the blues like that? Let me see. Oh, thanks, Valfira. Oh, Valfira, yeah, I saw, of course, your some more pictures of the jeans and everything that you were working on there. That's really cool. Now, also, too, this has more of the thinner in it. Why? Well, this is somewhat, this is rough terrain, as they would say. Bloody Risty Studio, thanks so much for joining us here. So this is going to be really interesting to see how these two compare. Obviously, the Printing Goes Ever On one is a little bit smaller. Ironically enough, Printing Goes Ever On made a bust of this. So it's pretty much the head. Loot Studios never did make a bust of this one, unfortunately. So Bloody Rusty Studio, nice to see you. And yeah, the new, well, the newest YouTube video that I put up there, that's got our Galadriel. Again, not really talking, focusing on the lower part of the dress there with the pattern on that. Really more about the clear see-through stuff and the lace over that because people really were interested in that. So what we'll do is we'll get our pre-glaze stuck on here. Then we're going to let that sit on there while we head down, head over to our actual figure, put the pre-glaze on that. We'll come back to this one. We'll wipe the pre-glaze off of this, so on and so forth. Well, pretty listy too. I'm glad that you can join because I know that, well, yeah, you can always watch the highlights afterwards. They're all saved, but it's not quite the same thing because you can't ask questions, you can't say hi or anything like that. It's kind of difficult, right, Grim? So Grim, I hope that you're doing well. Those were some really nifty figures there, Grim. That's for sure. Olive, how you doing? So Olive, I don't, well, obviously so many areas of the country are getting blasted by crazy weather. Hopefully it's not that. Well, it doesn't really matter what the stressful stuff is, right? It's just bad. Doesn't matter what direction it comes from. It's just all bad, right? So War Mini Painting, all that is just a little bit of the brush on. Well, I just brushed on some Steino Res. It's the Oceanic Blue combined with a little bit of the Steino Res. Oh, Olive, sorry to hear about that. Hopefully, maybe that just kind of that starts to clear up a little bit. I don't know if that's one of those things where it's just like a long-term thing that's kind of reaching a conclusion. Hey Tim, how you doing? Nice to see you there too. Hope everything's been going okay for you. So we're just kind of bouncing around, a little bit of asphaltum here and there. I know it all just looks dark, but when you start to wipe this away, it will certainly change. Oh, you know what? Let's put a little bit of our perline black in there too. Let's not forget about that. Well, Olive, I do hope that you get some relief from that. Too much stress for too long, you just start to, you just start to be, you get a little bit gun shy. You start ducking into foxholes. You start, you get so paranoid of the next shoe that's going to drop. Let's see. So Bloody Rusty Studios says that they're in South Carolina. I guess is this just a parade of hurricanes that are going on? Because I know that the current one, that's all up in New England. And I guess that's just going to be a whole long daisy chain of those. Oh, you finished the slider on the house and all the wood floors and painting almost done. But Tim, that does sound like a very busy summer. Having done tons and tons of home repair stuff here over the last few months, that can really take up some time, and there's more to do. Basically, I really needed to keep going, but I also needed to do all kinds of commission things too, and there just was no way to do both at the same time. So there's plenty more of that. I'll be doing that all during the fall and probably into the winter. Now, Olive, hopefully something like that, like you say, you just sort of be patient with it, and maybe there's good fortune and it works out sooner and resolves sooner. Let's see. So that definitely is a pesky thing for sure. And thank you so much, War Mini Painting. We could use some of that. Well, I'm sure Steelhead could too. Steelhead, I hope that you're doing well. But Tim, actually, it's kind of funny you say that. Actually, I need to start getting windows here. I also need a screen door. There's a whole bunch of things that we need here. Yeah, I was sorry to hear about that. Well, again, hopefully maybe there is some positive way to resolve that. Wilkes dog. Let's see. Oh, you painted the the Minas Morgul. Oh, that's fantastic. Wilkes dog. Geez, somehow I gotta see a picture of that. Yeah, well, we'll be rooting for you there, Olive. We'll certainly be rooting for you. So, Grim, are you? You're gonna have to screen capture that for me. You're you're gonna have to screen cap. We're gonna have to make a meme out of that. All of our paints are made from animal waste. Because that's what we'll just do here. It's very ecologically sensitive, right? Boy, Tim, I'm trying to think if we actually have any Lowe's around here. I think maybe they were here briefly. I don't know if they're still around here or not. Let's see. All right, well, Tim, thanks for coming on in for a little bit there for a spell. And well, glad to hear that you're almost done with all that stuff. All right. Thanks, Ultimate Olive. Yeah, last Monday as I was, where the heck did she go? As I was painting this, actually, we did do this basing on stream. We based this on one of our Thursday streams, and then when I remembered this thing, I said, well, what if we do this? And I thought, well, maybe it should have the same kind of base. it was a little bit tricky because obviously she's floating. So this was the simplest kind of base attachment you could possibly imagine right here. Preach Paints, how you doing? So Preach, yeah, I've been seeing some of your stuff on Insta there. It's been looking fantastic. If you want to post any links to those things. Oh yeah, Grim, if you want to post any links to your most recent uh, stuff there. I saw that just the other day. You want to post some links to that so people can see what that looks like? That would be really cool. All right, we're just gonna let that sit there now. Let's get into this one over here, shall we? Hey, Bew, nice to see you again. Let's see. Oh, Bloody Risty Studio. Also, too, if you just want to see more of a short version of that, I also have that up on the YouTube channel. All right, here's decision time. Do we go more towards the green or more towards that? I don't know. This would be interesting because we could use our Perline black. Ironically enough, the colors would be an awful lot like our Cave Troll right here, just minus this type of glowy stuff. So that could be interesting, actually. So let's go more towards the green with that. What the heck? I also have to figure out what are we doing with their eyes. Are they going to be more of a glowy thing or whatever? Hey, Uplifted. Nice to see you again. Okay, Perline Black. Let's do it. And I'm thinking also probably a little bit more dry brushy with this too. Oh, the other thing is that on here, they've got her, it was just more of a dress, whereas the actual Galadriel, Dark Galadriel in the movies, they had her with that armor. We're not obviously going to be doing the armor here, but I was thinking about having some skin tones on this. Boy, I wish I could have made this other reference in the corner there bigger, because I think it would have been interesting for people to see that. Legion of Grey, how you doing? I'm glad that you could join us. And Holt Mini, nice to see you. Happy Monday. So, well, it sounds there. I know there's several people I'm sure all over the country that are having a Monday that has too much Monday in it, but and hopefully maybe not too much Monday for folks. So this I just put a little bit of indigo in there, little bit of the indigo just to start changing things around. And you can see this is very much a dry brush right here. Uplifted the oh gosh, were those the Rose Knights uplift? Yeah, I think those were the Rose Knights, weren't they? That was pretty wild working on those, I have to say that. So Uplifted had way too much money. I'm sure pretty much everybody on the East Coast and in Tennessee is having way too much Monday at this point. So we're definitely sorry to hear about that. Hoping for the best for everybody. Oh yeah, that's definitely a dress right there. We don't want to turn that into armor. Now what I'm tempted to do is throw a little smidge of the phthalo green into this, just for the heck of it. Bloody Risty Studio. Now, actually, Armored Wolf and I both need to call several Tuesdays. That is that special day of the week, right? That we can add whenever we need extra time. Actually, Armored Wolf needs a Thu's month. He needs an entire month just this week, just to hopefully try and get caught up there. So this one here, again, we'll try and get a little bit of Terra Rosa into the skin tone. We'll try and get a little bit of more of a yellow into her here. But first, we are just going to go heavy on the greenish pre-glaze here. Why? Where's our, yeah. This Red Blood Angel started out as green as this. Ask anybody that saw it, right, Landras? Wasn't it crazy and grim? Let's just keep going here with more of our darker green. Okay, once we wipe this stuff away, it's going to change the whole character of this. Uplifted, it's the beauty of the pre-glaze, right? Things must be messy before they can be neat, and you pretty much can't get much more messy than the pre-glaze, can you? Now, there is one advantage to doing this more dry brushy type of a thing here is that, well, it's not going to spatter quite so much. So this is something I've been doing more of lately, and that is doing more of the dry brush in the pre-glaze. I'm serious. That's how dry the brush is right now. We often joke around here, but we don't joke around when it comes to pre-glaze, do we? No siree. Bloody Rusty Studio, we do that all the time. Actually, that's a very common thing that I do with the oils. It's not just, well, actually, that was one way that we were doing all the lace texture and everything on here. But believe it or not, we were also doing that here. And you can see this YouTube video right here of our Saruman. Also, too, when we're doing freehand, it's not unusual to actually be stippling the freehand on there so that you can do the wet into wet stuff. We're also, we're even doing stippling on these guys right here. So you can definitely do the stipple. You can also do the scumble, which is, that is the dance craze that is sweeping the entire world right now, doing the scumble. In some ways, we're kind of doing the scumble right now. Everybody wants to do the scumble. Hey, Happy Heretic and Chapman, nice to see you guys. So Happy Heretic, I saw your Instagram there. Thanks for tagging me. So that's the if anybody wants me to be able to see their Instagram posts, they're doing something. Well, it doesn't have to be with oils, but you want me to see something. If you tag me in the post, that's one way I will definitely see it. I try to look around and see people's stuff, but if you want to be a little bit more sure about that, then tag me in the post and I'll be a little bit more sure to see it. So Chapman, I hope that you had a decent Monday. If not, I don't know. Can you have a great Monday? Or is a great Monday Tuesday? Is a great Monday night while you're sleeping? Or maybe a Monday night while you're painting miniatures? That's probably a better Monday. Although sleeping does have its benefits and appeal for sure. Oh yes, and everybody, if you could please also check out the Discord there from Grim, that would be fantastic. Grim was kind enough to take the time and the effort to set that thing up for creators, for questions, for people to just kind of have conversations about miniatures. So Happy Heretic loves the Mondays. It's a no work Monday for Happy Heretic. So again, we're altering this. I know it just looks like the same color everywhere, but believe me, we are getting some variation here. Hey, Imperfect, nice to see you. Yeah, so we did a video on constructing this last night because we wanted it to as closely as possible match what we did with our regular Schmeladriel here. Yeah, Grim. Grim, did you see the that meme? I think she posted the meme in your Discord group there. She just finished making that. I don't know, a couple hours ago maybe. But she said she made a meme and she posted it in your group there. So Bew, actually, how have you been doing there? Sorry, I haven't had a chance to ask you yet how you were doing. Now here, this is a combination of the asphaltum and whatever the heck is in the brush right now. It's just, there's a whole bunch of stuff in this brush. I don't care. Does it look like I really care? Does anyone think that I really care? So yeah, I was thinking maybe she was going back to the oils, but no, she's going back to the her creature caster figure, which is gonna be pretty interesting because it's been a while since she last messed around with that thing. So yes, everybody wants to be on the right side of history, of course, with the oils, because acrylics have a very short history, don't they? You want to be there with the long history. Well, look at this. Speaking of a long history, Roger's got a long history. That's 12 months. That's it. That's a year by my calendar. Thank you so much, Roger. Appreciate that. So Wilkes dog, it is a combination, and we love to do this. This is the oceanic blue. I think this is the light flesh, yeah. So we just did a little mix of those two, and we just brushed them on there. On the base, we took that same light flesh color, and then we mixed it with the brown over here. Was that the red brown or whatever the heck, whatever Ken calls it, whatever Ken calls his primer colors. And we just kind of make up our own names for them here. So again, this is very much a dry brush here as we welcome in Queez and Megan simultaneously. So you're working on a couple of dioramas. Once you get your airbrush nozzle, Bew dioramas, absolutely love it. Well, again, this is the filming of this was part of my building dioramas series for on the Patreon page. The thing that was new about it, though, let me see if I can find. Here we go. So, Armored Wolf had sent me these for my birthday, and you've seen me use these blue handle clay shapers, and we've always talked about how these are the softest ones. Well, these the black ones are the hardest ones, and he sent these, and that was our first chance to get it to use them on this base right here. So that was really fun. Actually, I'm going to keep those out so we can see those. So Megan, I hope that you're still having fun with your dolphins right there. Of course, we do know that dolphins have certain habits or something like that that are, I guess, somewhat on the risque side. They're some of the friskier critters I hear in the sea world. So yeah, usually half the time SeaWorld has to blank out the dolphin cage or something like that because they might be getting up to a certain kind of hijinks. So hopefully those dolphins are behaving themselves at least a little bit. I'm going to go with, boy, touch of brown matter here. Why not? See what happens. Well, that's going to be very much more red than all of the other. And of course, it all just looks dark. I'm gonna take a picture of this here so that people can see maybe afterwards what this looked like. I'm just trying to get all that primer covered as always. That's what the pre-glaze is all about, right? Getting that primer covered out of the way. None of this working on one tiny part of the miniature while all the rest of it has no paint. No, we ain't doing that. You're not doing that. Okay, we'll get a little bit of that on our skin tone there too. All right, so we'll snap a quick picture of this here. And then we'll start wiping some of that away. That is definitely nice and dark. All right, we're going to go back to this right here. Start wiping away some paint. And even though these are earth tones, you can see how leaving that on there, even just a few beats longer, really made a difference. Now, we can wipe it away if we really want to. I mean, heck, if you wanted to wipe it all away, you just take some thinner or whatever, and boom, you could wipe a lot of it away. So yeah, those dolphins definitely, HR is really going to be keeping an eye out on those dolphins for sure. You know, Astrovox, we've been trying to figure out what is it about the asphaltum that really makes it so nifty. And I do believe it has Pigment Red 101, and anything with Pigment Red 101 has the potential to be nifty, right? Zoraida from Weird in Oils. Boy, Bloody Rusty Studio. It's been forever since I had a chance to paint Malifaux stuff. I think, well, let's put it this way. The last time I was painting stuff for Malifaux, all of the miniatures were metal. There were no plastics yet. And it certainly as heck was not second edition either. Yeah, Astrovox, what I've been trying to figure out is is it cooked like it is in burnt sienna and then they probably add maybe some black to it or something? Just trying to figure out what it is with the pigment red 101. Now, Landrest, actually, that was pretty wild, wasn't it? Checking out the different histories of those paint colors. What was the one we looked at? Was that, it wasn't, it was, what was the paint color we looked at its history? I think it was Purple Matter. No, it was something else. Oh, it was the quinacridone golden brown. Yes, quinacridone golden brown, the color that cost $1,000 at a tiny little bit of it. Yeah, that color was never a paint color until what, Landress, the 50s? All right, let's start wiping some of this away. Oh, look at that, huh? Ah, yeah. Yeah, look at this. Let's grab another one here. We're practically painting with sponges. Painting with sponges sounds like fun, doesn't it? So was it the early 50s or something? They actually started to make it into an artist color. And what was it originally used for? And of course, what did they say? It was all, bad light fastness, and there was all these negative things about it. We're like, why in the world would anybody just think that's a good idea for a paint color? So Astrovox, the sponges have always been a partner to the craft brushes. They've always been kind of a partner. Now, initially, when it was acrylics and such, and before I really got a hold of the makeup sponges, I used to actually wipe the paint away with the craft brushes. But ever since, we kind of discovered the sponges, and boy, that has been fantastic. So see, it's a different shade of green right there. It's got more of a warmth to it. This is going to be it's going to be very fun. And the nice thing is that it actually shows up on the camera. So Galean, not as many. Once I started doing this, it dramatically cut down on the sponge usage. Also, it cut down on the mess because see, there's really not as much of it getting on my hands. And also, too, see this smaller one? That's going to help me get back in here, whereas the other sponges are way too big to get back there. So I go through a lot less of them now. Believe me, I used to go through bags and bags. Oh, that's right, Landrest. It was in the automotive industry for undercoating cars. How crazy is that? So yeah, quinacridone golden brown used to be used in the auto industry, of all things. So we just, where's a sponge right here? So basically I cut this up about 1, 2, 3, almost 10 pieces. I think I get 8 pieces out of this sponge easily. And these last few bits right here, that's what's good for getting in behind, say, your hand over there. So, yeah, Grim, what's weird, and I think it's ultramarine blue and sometimes phthalo blue. There's a couple of companies, they will be sneaky and you'll see the same pigment number in both ultramarine blue and phthalo blue. It's not that they're super different from each other anyways, but I thought that was kind of hilarious. But I wonder, Grim, if that's why it almost has I think, Grim, we've talked about it, that secondary effect where you put the color on there and it looks one way, then you mix another color with it, usually a lighter one. and it does another thing. Isn't that kind of what your, oh gosh, what were those called? What are your new Gamlin paints? The, not the brights, they're the brilliants. Didn't you say that those brilliants kind of, when you mix them with other things, by themselves they look one way, you mix them with something else and it really transforms them? It's like the secret hidden color. That's the phrase I'm looking for. It's kind of like the secret hidden color inside. It's like the toy surprise inside. So pigment blue 29. Oh, radiance. Sorry, Grim. Yeah, Grim. It's gosh, I don't know if I'll be able to get the radiance this month. This would have been fun for the radiance, I think, wouldn't it, Grim? So, well, we can always print. Oh, I got the bust. We could paint the bust as well. So yeah, Grim, maybe this would be fun for using some of the radiant. Look at this. Huh? That was just a big old dark mass and not quite a dark mass anymore. So yeah, Grim, eventually it would be fun to just do some exercises.
So say we all.
Maybe not with the usual brilliant yellow pale and stuff, but maybe try the brilliance instead. Thank you so much, Aussie. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Good morning, good evening. So Astrovox, a lot of people, Grim, you like the Radiance too? The Radiant Turquoise, I think. Is that another one of your favorites, I think? I know you got a couple of favorites there. You kind of like them all, but there's a couple of favorites that you got. All right, I'm just going to get that here. Where's a smaller sponge here? Just going to get that down in there. There we go. Look at this. How long did it take? Not all that long, right? Just like this. Didn't take long. So as I was making the YouTube video out of this, we painted the whole thing here. Basically everything except for this and maybe some of the details on the face was painted in the first 2 hours and 15 minutes. Not kidding. So the violet, red, and the green. So yeah, Grim, we'll try and get those. And thank you so much, Aussie, again for the sub. That's really appreciated. We're gonna get a quick picture here with our pile of sponges because it's always kind of fun to have the picture of the pile of sponges and the pre-glaze wiped away. So here, let's snap a quick picture of this here. Bam, there we go. And then we'll just try and chuck some of these away. We'll keep a few just in case we have to answer any questions about that later. All right, now we're going to let that sit there. Let's mess around with this here base. Radiant white is more radiant than regular deutanium. Oh, Grim. Now, here's a fun question. Here's a fun question. Oh, you know what? This could be fun too. Where did my Sangor? I'll bet you any money too that this, when we start hitting it with this brilliant yellow pale, it starts turning this type of color right here. I'll bet you any money. So, Grim, have you noticed what are the drying times like on those? Since they have white in them, I was just curious that if maybe they have a somewhat more extended drying time or not. So Steelhead, actually, if you go, actually, we've got some of them on the YouTube channel as well. But a lot of our Army of the Dead figures were done that way. I think we've got a couple of more here. Wait a minute, where? Oh, there they are. So yeah, check out our Army of the Dead, where they were basically all done as glowing. Also on the YouTube channel, well, I think it's also a video here on the Twitch channel. But check out the, and I can't make this too late because she can be standing on top of this. But check out the spirit hosts. Is that what the heck those things were? Oh, look at this. See what a little dry brush you can do on this base? Again, that is the Elf texture roller from Green Stuff World. Let's see. Grim uses them is a bit of a mix. And now that my process involves Gelkids, so Legion of Grey, these are the Green Stuff World texture rollers. I've got tons of blog posts on them. I have tons of videos on them. And there's also some past sessions on the Twitch channel here where we were using those. So it's the extra firm gray Sculpey. And they make at least 30 different textures. Here's another one right here. All of the Dwarven texture rollers we used. I mean, here's, they have sci-fi stuff, fantasy stuff. There's another one right there. And let's see, here's some of your Dwarven texture roller. You can sort of see that there. So also from Green Stuff World. And there's gosh, there are just so many different. Oh, actually, this is the Roman texture roller. Yeah, that's the Roman texture roller for our Denethor. Oh, thanks, Legion of Plastic. So all the trees, that is epoxy sculpt, and we did the same thing here. And actually, you can see the basing session where we did this. I did just film a video on this last night. We also have an army painting series. Pretty much the same concept, right? But here she's floating. There's no way to attach her to the base by her feet. So there's some pins that stick into her dress that are going into this big mallow tree branch right here. Oh, so sorry, Legion of Grey. Yeah, sorry that I missed that you were talking about the epoxy sculpt. So yeah, the epoxy sculpt is the same stuff that we used on Snuffles and some of our other. So that's more of the epoxy sculpt right there. This is on Snuffles, the saddest critter in all of Middle Earth, of course. Let's see, the gel gets kind of throwing Grim for a loop. It dries in about 3 hours, super glossy, but then the next day it's ultra matte. So now, Legion of Grey, do you have, with your roller collection, do you have any certain themes at all? Or do you have sort of a variety of themes? Sci-fi, fantasy, all that good stuff? I'm gonna do something like this here. I'm gonna do something like this right here. There. Yeah, Grim, that's, so it dries about 3 hours, super glossy. Yeah, Grim, that would be almost impossible to film, unfortunately. It might be something that I can only just sort of try and experiment with. So here we're going. Why are we using green here? Because, well, she is supposed to, there is probably some light that's emanating from our Galadriel. So why not get a little bit and see how little paint there is on that brush? So a few suitable for Sigmar and 40K. Yeah, Legion of Grey, I love the epoxy sculpt because it does things that green stuff cannot do. It kind of has the best properties of green stuff and what is the other stuff? What's the but it's I just don't use it, so I can't remember what the heck it's called. But it's got a couple of really interesting properties of each one. Milliput. Yeah, I never liked Milliput. This has some of the advantages of Milliput, but none of the disadvantages. Thanks, Legion of Grey. Yeah, sorry, couldn't spit that out there. Pretty much the sleep has been extremely rare over the last few weeks. So
So
the
say
brain is
we
a little bit
all.
extra worn out. But Holt Mini Paint is going to help solve that with 6 months worth of sips right there. Thank you so much, Holt Mini. Actually, Grim, there's a couple of paints that do that. Well, I think reds are one of them. But I think actually the matters do that. There's more than a few paints that they kind of start out normal, maybe satin, then they go glossy, and then they go matte, and it's really bizarre. they'll just go almost like really super matte, even though they looked kind of glossy during the drying process. So thank you so much, Holt Mini. I appreciate that. So we've got a little bit of our greenery going there. We're going to be doing more on this too, but why don't we, here, we'll leave that in the image for people to see. Legion of Great, I think you heard me tell the story about that dwarf texture roller. It was when I saw just the image of it. I think what they probably did an Instagram post with it or something, or Facebook, and I said, "Oh, I really love that roller." And the first thing I thought was, "Well, I have no dwarf armies. I've never done a dwarf army. When am I ever going to use that?" And of course, now with Lord of the Rings and all the stupid dwarf figures that I have, I'm going to have like 3 dwarf armies, maybe 4, for all intents and purposes. So thank goodness for those dwarven rollers, because even if I don't do dwarf armies, I needed them for my Moria army. Yeah, that's a roller I never thought I would use, the Roman texture roller. I thought, I just don't know when I'll ever get a chance to use that. And sure enough, it works out pretty darn well for Gondor stuff. Yeah, let's do a little bit more of our lighter tone there. See how that's starting to pick up all of these. Look at that. That had some, but look at this. Boom. Actually, I'm kind of curious here. This could be interesting. Here, let's do a quick little preemptive film noir here. Wow. Yeah, the dresses are already starting to look kind of similar. A little bit different color-wise. Here, let me see if I can hang on to these two while we try and bring our color back here. That's pretty fascinating. Man, oh man. Yeah, Grim, it's interesting. It wasn't like that all that long ago, but maybe I don't know what the changes are, but it was the same for me. It didn't used to take very long. There would be stuff that would be here in sometimes less than 10 days. Now it's more like your experience, right? Look at this nice little handy dry brush in there, but not a dry brush because it's mixing with all the darker colors. Well, Holt Mania, I'm glad that you found those to be kind of fun and relaxing and getting lots of stuff done. If you got any Instagram posts or well, Facebook posts or
Hello,
whatever,
little hobbits. Spark my gun.
feel free to drop those into the chat there so that people can see what kind of nifty stuff that you're doing with those. We have ourselves a new little hobbit. We have Meadow Merrick. Meadow Merrick. Wait a minute, where's that? They have the appropriate he's like, oof. Galadriel, you sure you didn't take the ring? It's like, what ring? I thought the cave troll had it. He's like, wait, what cave troll? You know, Alex, the cave troll. Jeez, Gant, where the heck have you been? Well, I don't know, maybe dead from fighting a Balrog. It's like, uh, dead, don't bug me now. I'm busy taking out a necromancer. You were just tied up anyway. Get out of here. So thank you so much, Metal America. I appreciate that. Wow. Oh, Legion of Grey. Wow, that's I'll have to remember that because doesn't Michigan Toy Soldier also have the Oathmark figures and the Frostgrave figures and what's the other one? Not not Titan Forge, Fire Forged. Don't they also sell those too? There. If everybody could please check out Holt's Luke Skywalker there. Give him all kinds of positive vibes and such. That would be fantastic. So you can see that's all doing some nice mixing right there. And we're certainly going to be adding more colors to this. But again, look at see how that's such a dry brush. We dry brushed this on. We wiped it away. Now we're dry brushing some more. If you wonder why the paint sticks so easily, this is why the paint sticks so easily, because there's practically none on there. Because with the oils, and that's something I didn't really think about at first when I first started doing the oils years ago on the miniatures, is that you just don't need very much. It's not like acrylics. With acrylics, again, as a person who just had to use acrylics a couple days ago, you have to shovel those things on. I mean, we're talking not just like a hand shovel, you're talking like an industrial sized steam shovel, the kind of stuff that you use to strip mine the earth. You need something like that to be able to get your enough paint on there for acrylics. Whereas with oils, you just don't need that much paint. It's very effective at spreading itself around. Ah, there's another post by Holt Mini. So again, please check out what Holt Mini did. If anybody else has stuff that they've been painting with the oils, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be stuff painted in oils. But if you got some Instagram things you want people to see and have some love passed along, feel free to shoot those into the chat. All right, we're gonna maybe head on up to the hair. Might grab one of my smaller homemade filberts here. So Legion of Grey, that's a really good. I would like to also, try and support them too, of course. We're gonna be sneaky here. We're gonna be sneaky and cheeky. I might throw just a little bit of my brown in there. That's the, ooh, no, not Terra Rosa. Ooh, look at that. A tiny, tiny touch of Indian yellow. My goodness, that's already trying to take over. Now you know why I keep saying Indian violet, because it is sort of the,
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
it's like the Egyptian violet of yellows. And thank you so much, Sintrander Eldark. Hello, little hobbits. I spark my ganja. She took the ring. It's like, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. I cannot confirm nor deny that I might have given the cave troll some fiber. And Alex is like, whew, man, thank you so much. You know how long people have been bugging me about that? For months, man. They're like, where's the ring, Alex? Where's the ring? And I'm like, just give me some fiber. It's like, oh, I'm glad that worked for you. How much of that Lambert spread did you eat anyway? It's like 20 loaves of it. And how long? Oh, like in an hour. It's like, woof, that explains it. Sorry, couldn't resist that one. So where's Bithron when you need him to clip that? Where's Bithron when you need him to clip Alex and Galadriel? Boy, that we just had a big reveal. We just had a big reveal. So Alex does not have the ring anymore. Suddenly, Alex doesn't have the ring. Zintrander, how are you doing? So, and part of this is on the YouTube channel now. This was our Galadriel from last Monday. Regular Schmaladriel. Now we have Dark Schmaladriel here. Oh, thanks, Imperfect. I appreciate that. That was not part of the plan. That was completely unplanned, as all the puppet shows are. Somehow I just couldn't resist that one. But see how that's mixing with the green? It's mixing with the pre-glaze, right? It's one of the biggest hits of the 22. It's not one of the biggest. It is the biggest hit. Mixing with the pre-glaze. Sintrander, it's because well, Sindarin, right? That's your old Elvish is Sindarin, or is it just Elvish Sindarin? I wonder. I'm sure there's got to be a name translator somewhere or a name whatever. Oh, look at all that darker color on that brush. Holy smokes! Well, Astrovox, was it the last stream where we were talking about all of my fun adventures as a DM's assistant? Yeah, basically convincing the players that not just every session, but every moment of every session was all about not just killing them, but essentially treating them like a dog treats a chew toy, plays around with it for a while, and then rips the squeaker out. Ah, Sindarin, so you have it tattooed on the left forehand. That is very cool, Sintrandir. I was listening to another lore video on Gandalf, and of course, I forget what the dwarven name for him was, but the common name of Gandalf, it wasn't the elves, that it was it the, I think it was the race of men that, because it was he who wanders, I think, was it the elves that called him Mithrandir? Look at that, Sintrandir. We literally did that at the same time. I know there's a lag on the screen or whatever, but Mithrandir, yeah, I keep forgetting what some of the, shall we say, more pejorative names for Gandalf were, but he wasn't always super popular. Not necessarily to everybody. All right, there's some of our lighter tones in her here, but you can see there's still plenty of our greenish color left in there. And this is all of less than an hour, base and miniature. And the whole idea is that he who wanders. Well, Gray Pilgrim, I know that was the other, that was his other name. All right, now, do you remember what we did with the Terra Rosa, especially over here on the sleeve? Little smidge of Terra Rosa here. Just a tiny amount. Because we don't want her to be entirely green-skinned. I mean, we don't need for her to be an orc necessarily. We'll just do a little bit of our skin tone there, just to give the impression that it's not just, we don't want her to be all just green. But just like our Blood Angel here that started out, remember all that dark green we had? This guy started out with all that same dark green, that pearline black. So Gray Wanderer, so Mithir is Gray, and Andir is Wanderer. So Sintrander is, so Mithril is basically, is that shiny gray? Because Silmarillion's, I'm wondering, so is Mithril, is that basically gray or shiny gray? Well, yeah, we can certainly, well, this is a 3D print, right? We could paint it up however we want. We could do all kinds of different versions. Could do all kinds of crazy stuff. A little more Terra Rosa, I think. So okay. Yeah, okay, actually, Centaur, have you ever played the War of the Ring board game? And if you have you used all of the expansions, or, well, all two expansions? I have no idea when the third expansion is going to actually be released. Oh, I did get some info on the new, I don't know if they're calling it Fall of the Necromancer source book for GW, but it's not just about the White Council at Dol Guldur. It's sort of like the entire history of Dol Guldur. So it's going to take you a little more in depth into Dol Guldur. It's not just what you saw in movies. The I've been painting in 2D for many years. Actually, I've been using oil paints for what, 40 years or so. I can show you some of the older art that we've done here. Where some of our, this is what we used to do back in the day. So here's some of the old 2D art. Some of these are from the 90s here. These are watercolors on hot press watercolor board. I think we got some pastels coming up here. Yeah, a couple of pastels. This one's acrylic, which we will also have to paint in 2D for sure once we're done with our landscapes of Middle Earth. This was something we painted when we were 13. That was in oils. Now we're back to some of those watercolors on hot press watercolor board. And here we'll show you some of the, actually, I have some of these on the YouTube channel as well. Now, of course, we don't have our Rivendell anymore. That went off to its forever home. But of course, what does the Boromir say? There we go. So here's our Argonath that we painted. Respect the Umbar. See what happens when you don't respect the Umbar. Look at that. Yeah, that happens. This was one of our very first ones. We also did a Minas Morgul. This was a video I did for the Patreon page. That's your Lonely Mountain. And then, of course, we did Edoras. We've also done Rivendell and, again, Minas Morgul.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Mini Painting Studio. That is 14 months. We're talking about a long history. That goes all the way back to the Second Age, Mini Painting Studio. So Imperfect Ideal. I got mine off of Amazon. And the really interesting thing was that I was doing a stream, and I kept telling folks like, oh man, it's about $129 on Amazon or whatever. That very night, I go to look in Amazon. It says something in your cart has changed. I go to look. It was $80. So I snapped that up right away. Then I snapped up the Warriors of Middle-earth expansion. I should have gotten the Lords of Middle-earth. I didn't. Now, Armored Wolf was able to find the Lords of Middle-earth expansion somewhere else because Amazon still doesn't have that. Here, well, let's get some of the lighter skin tone here on the rest of her hands. So Sinterinder, we've been doing the miniature painting since 2001. Obviously, it was long preceded. That miniature painting is pretty much the third age. Well, actually, no. I think this is is this the third age or the fourth age? Now that we're printing stuff. So Imperfect, actually, ooh boy, it's gonna be hard to reach them. Yeah, they're a little bit buried here. They're just kind of older board game type figures, and they're relatively small. But fear not, because I am going to be doing painting videos on those. Imperfect, I have hundreds of them to paint. So we will be doing painting videos on those. Oh, no problem, no problem. And like I said, you can go back and, well, you can check out the YouTube channel. Tons of tutorials there. And all of our Twitch sessions are all saved as highlights. We've also, here, let me find my, lately we've been painting a whole lot of Armada ships, but we also love to do terrain here. So where's some of my terrain? Well, that's one of our recent buildings right there. There's a smaller one that preceded it. We really love building and painting the terrain here. So this is an Easterling building that we did. There's your watchtower and blacksmith. The windmill, yes, that is a cereal box. So all this stuff is for Rohan now. The archery range, we have a stable. We also did the not-so-great house of Erkenbrand. And these are the folks that are setting it on fire. The Dunlendings and our legendary legion of the Wolves of Isengard. Pretty much, I didn't realize this, but I already have about 1,000 points of Moria. I didn't realize it. Well, of course, the dragon is basically 350, and so is the Balrog. And we got 3 cave trolls. And we've been painting up a big old Minas Tirith army. Of course, some Iron Hills. Don't be hasty, little hobbitses. And, oh, wait. Where's our landscapes? There we go. So there's the Minas Morgul that we painted. That was the very first landscape of Middle-earth stream that we did. Get back to my scene here. But you see how we've got that little bit of green left behind there? We're just trying to tint some of this different ways. Now let's see if we can start to impart some of our white in here. Maybe some blues, maybe some other colors too. Because we're still, what, an hour into this, basically. I'm going to get over to my reference here so that, there we go. Actually, you should, when you do the Google search on this, you should see what some of they have a stand-in so that it wasn't actually her. It was actually somebody else. It was not the original actress. It was somebody else that stood in for her. And actually, I've got that picture up on my screen right now, which is pretty interesting. All right, I'm just going to use one of these guys here. Centaunder, actually, it'd be better if you did that maybe through Instagram. I'm just Wapelius on Instagram, or you could, you could send me to that on Facebook as well. And just James Wapple on Facebook. All right, let me see what we want to do here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna maybe might change this to a slightly different green here, so it'll be certainly less dark. No doubt about that. So imperfect. Some of them are a little bit. I think the dwarf ones are my least favorite. The horse figures, well, whatever banners or swords they have on them tend to be sort of, shall we say, smushy, to say the very least, which is a little bit of a bummer. But they are just board gaming miniatures. Now, imperfect, what I was thinking of doing was actually either finding 15 mil Lord of the Rings style figures or just take regular Lord of the Rings miniatures, of the STL files and just shrink them down and maybe get a little more variety that way. So that's another option too, imperfect, is if you say, you know what, I'm not super thrilled with these. I was either going to start out painting the Fellowship figures and then things like the minions, right, for the so-called bad guys. And then I was probably going to try painting up some of the warriors of Middle Earth because I do like the Corsair ships. And I think, oh, that's right. I was thinking of almost making an Easterling Oliphant based on one of their sculpts just to upset people. Hey, Talls, how you doing? Centurion, that's good. Yeah, thanks for sending that. Hopefully, I'll run across that later tonight, and I can can click yes, and that'll clear things up. So again, just going to let that do its mixing right now. You can see this is already starting to change here a little bit. So Talls, I hope you're doing okay. So this is our floaty Galadriel right here. We can see those two little holes. There's actually some pins on this side of her dress right here, and she just kind of floats along on the base. And of course, she's kind of the companion to our regular Schmaladriel there. Hey, Bithron. So Bithron, we had a clipping moment, and not football either. There was not football clipping. We had a clipping moment. Bithron, it's been revealed that Alex does not have the ring anymore. Yeah, Alex does not have the ring. Galadriel gave him a whole bunch of lambus bread, which kind of, shall we say, did the trick. Kind of freed the passageways a little bit. So guess who may or may not have the ring now? So nobody tell Boromir, of course. Nobody tell Boromir. Hey, Tiago. Nice to see you. So we filmed this last night. So that is the Green Stuff Texture Roller, Green Stuff World Texture Roller on top of the cork. And then this tree branch is epoxy sculpt like we did on the other one. Yeah, Bithron, I do believe that Imperfect was able to get that thing clipped. Imperfect, it'll be fun too. I think painting up some of the Army of the Dead figures. The tree men are a little bit weird looking. The spiders are okay. Again, they're much simpler board game miniatures when you think about, okay, I am going to change. I want to get some more blue into this. So I'm actually putting a little bit of Prussian blue into this so that it's not just the green. So Tiago, I hope that you're doing well. Look at all that pre-glaze, and the pre-glaze was essentially dry brushed on. For folks that are just coming in, the pre-glaze was essentially just a dry brush. We wiped a bunch of that away, and we've been dry brushing over the top of it ever since, right? Now, well, Velfair, this is it's our blending brush, and of course, Velfair, what is my name? Brush Slayer. Oh, look at that. There's check it out. There it is. It's clipped. It is clipped. Let's see. Happy Heretic has some Shadowrun minis. Oh, so were these? Oh, okay. I'm thinking. Wait a minute. I don't remember them ever doing Shadowrun miniatures, but I see. I see what you're talking about there. That's very cool. Happy Heretic. So yeah, Velfira. Well, you've seen us turning what were intact brushes into basically what looks like a makeup brush, right? Which is it's just out there like that. Because it's what we do here, right? It's what we do. I'm gonna push you off to the side a little bit. So again, this has little more blue in it here. Just Prussian blue. It's not super noticeable that we're changing tack with some of our colors here. That's not supposed to be. We might even get a little bit of purple into this here too. So yeah, Tiago, that was well. I wanted to have something, obviously, that looked like the original base. And the same thing, epoxy sculpt, green stuff world texture roll, a little bit of the cork on top of a simple wooden plaque. Yeah, actually, well, what's interesting is, well, here, there we go. And that one, as always, right? It started out life like that. We kind of changed the brushes around here. Don't look at that high quality. Look at that. Is that spectacular or what? It's like perfect. So Bloody Rusty. What is this? Oh yeah, don't blink. This is like the Weeping Angels. If you blink, basically you die. Yeah, if you blink, it's over. Because that's how fast things happen. That's the beauty of the pre-glaze, of course. If you blink, you miss it. Because it happens just about that fast. Now, Velfair, what's really interesting about the oils is typically they act like a conditioner. So that brush would be a million times worse with the acrylics, believe it or not, because the oils really do a good job at sort of restoring your brushes. It practically gives a brush that would be garbage worthy all new life. Oh, you finished 5 white metal collector pieces for the Infinity board game. Yeah, the sometimes board game miniatures can be interesting to work on. Now, the other thing I've been hoping to find is somebody that's done any kind of 3D sculpts or 3D STL files of some of the landscape pieces, right, for marking down, well, some of your strongholds, your Dolgodor, your Erebor, Dale, and all of your other obvious ones, which we don't even have to mention them here, do we? Do we really need to even mention those? Yeah, Valferis. Sometimes it's fun just to do that, just to horrify people. And of course, well, these are always fun too, right? Where we just kind of go blam like that. And then we come back with our blending brush here and start doing this kind of stuff. Ah, and that's what was, because I know everybody, they've been seeing the lacy see-through cloth on our Schmaladriel figure, and remember how easy the Terra Rosa made it, and we just kind of went over the top of it with some of the brilliant yellow pale, and it pretty much just happened all by itself. So here we can manage a little bit of these brush strokes, but we just got to make sure there is no paint on that brush, because all we're trying to do is move around what is already there. See what we want to do on the sleeves. I think it's best to have let that dark stay in the recesses there.
Who enters my domain?
Looky here, look who has chosen to enter Dark Galadriel's domain. All shall worship me. You will love me in despair. So Muse's Touch, how are you doing? Thanks so much for that raid. And if everybody could please give Muse's Touch a follow, wouldn't that just be fantastic? Because that's kind of what we do here on Twitch. We all support each other. That's what I love about Twitch. So Muse's Touch, no, you're probably pretty much stuck behind the ad wall. Nah, no, you're not. You are here. You are revealed. Muse's Touch is revealed. So as promised, last week, regular Schmaladriel with the lacy stuff and everything else. This week, Dark Schmaladriel. Yes, this is from Loot Studios. This one is from the Printing Goes Ever On. And we did another base to match that one. So this is for our floaty Schmaladriel. Floaty Dark Schmaladriel there. So Muse's Touch just tried to fortify the paint rack. Well, Muse's Touch, that just means that your paint is extra fortified right now. Yeah, your paint is, it's ready to go. Either that or your paint is now drunk. It could go both ways. Could go both ways. You could you could have paint that is now drunk. I guess it all depends on how your paint can take its alcohol. And maybe what was the particular drink in question. Speaking of dark here, start doing some things for her eyes and lips and other areas here. Let's see, which is where spilling drinks into our paint rack. Actually, boy, either way, you're losing. I mean, the paint. Who cares about the paint? I mean, the paint is absolutely irrelevant. Who cares about that? But boy, when you're losing some of that precious nectar right there, that is horrible. Little Terra Rosa. Well, actually, so Muse's Touch, when you weren't spilling the Coke into the paint, what was the paint going on uh, when it wasn't actively spilling into some things? So I'm going to try and lighten up a few areas on the face here. I don't want to give that too much of a skin tone. We have to kind of play around. We might go back and forth with this a little bit. Might just go back and forth. But we also have our lovely little liner brushes here. These are the ones from Princeton, of course. So I'll lighten up some of these areas here. Thank you so much, Legion. Legion of Gray Plastic. We don't mind sipses and subses, right? Those are all fantastic. Let's see. Wow, a Woods Kids human male barbarian, which of course Muse's touch. I see that the phone was probably mischievous or the keyboard was mischievous right there. I, all I keep thinking of is Rhyme of the Frost Maiden game. So it's like a fantasy rapping game or something like that, where you have to all the characters just talk to each other while rapping, or they only just talk to each other in sonnets. So yeah, that is that an RPG where everybody has to be in character and they all just have to communicate with each other in the form of sonnets? That would be very interesting to go through a combat round in just nothing but sonnets. I'm not quite sure how you would execute that, but it could be entertaining. Is that going to have to be Big Jim's next challenge then, or the Pyro Club's next challenge? Is to conduct an entire D&D session just in sonnets? So it's either that or we just have to make that game ourselves. It's a game. Well, actually, what was it? Oh, Wise and Otherwise. Look that game up. Wise and Otherwise. That was a very interesting game too. Yeah, that was. We used to play that. That was a game that I won a lot. That was definitely a game that I won quite a bit. I actually enjoyed the heck out of that one. So a fifth ed published campaign, uh, and trying to figure out what's cloth and fur and etc. Yeah, Muse's Touch. That is, it's always interesting on those type of miniatures when you're spending a whole lot of time going, what is this? Is this a pouch? Is it a sword? Is it their face? What is it? But Imperfect Ideal. Actually, I was Landress. Remember those Bones figures that I was showing you? Those were like Bones 1 figures. Yeah, and actually, well, here's a bunch of other Bones miniatures. Well, actually, we'll probably be maybe even prepping some more Bones fig. Oh, there's a Bones figure I definitely have to paint during ReaperCon. Well, I might have to paint it before then. Well, no, it's a Gullivar. Where's my Reaper stuff here? There it is. So these are all Bones figures. Yeah, all of those are Bones, and we're talking like Bones 1 with the super floppy swords and everything. That is also Bones. That is also Bones. These are not. Those are metal right there. Is there any more bone stuff? Those are ancient. Look at those. Those are like 1990s figures there. So yeah, we've done a lot of Bones figures, including. Wait a minute. Wait for it. This guy. That's a Bones miniature. You got 3D printed basing elements plus the GSW texture roller. But yeah, that dragon right there. That's all just Bones. Learning Sintrander, I appreciate that. This is, let's just say it's a little different way of painting. Part of it is because, well, obviously we play the games too. It's also because it's Kathy and I, so we're both sort of bouncing things off of each other. Sometimes just like a ball, like a
Hello,
tennis
little
ball.
hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, bros. I appreciate it. Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gunja. Galadriel, you sure you didn't take the ring? It's like, no, 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 no. I didn't give a cave troll like 12 loaves of lambus bread to eat. And why am I talking about lambus bread? No, no, I don't have a ring. It's like, you look little bit different than when I saw you last Monday. It's like, oh, I just finished exercise. I work out, man. This is what I look like when I'm done working out. It's like, oh, okay. Let's see. What do you think of that new one they came? Oh, is that the dragon one, Velfera? Is that what I'm thinking, or was it something else? I know Armored Wolf sent me a picture of that. just as soon as he saw that. Of course, there's a whole bunch of Dark Sword Metal Dragon. Oh, Landrest, all those Dark Sword Metal Dragons. Oh, that's what I could use it for. All of those Dark Sword Metal Dragons. Of course, why wouldn't a dragon be walking across a floor that has a bunch of dragons on it? Let me see. I think, oh boy, Velfira, I've been trying to convince this person they're buying all of these Lord of the Rings figures. And said, why the heck are you buying those? I told you I have all of that stuff. He's asking me, well, can I buy cave trolls? He's going to buy the old metal ones. He's asking if they're any good. And I said, I showed you two of these. I showed you two of these printed ones that I did, which means, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to print like a dozen of these, and we're going to play about an 800-point game with a dozen cave trolls. I'm just going to go bonk bonk on the head with him. So yeah, the texture rollers for me are just super, super helpful because there's so many armies, so many themes, right, that I want to carry through. All right, Lee, this is almost a little bit of brushstroke management / color mixing going on here. This is our 18, now that's still our 10-0. Now I will say, these brushes after a while, they're going to start wearing down. But we're what, an hour, 26 minutes in, and that's including the base here. So we're kind of powering right through this, aren't we? Hey Artemichael, how you doing? Ow, geez, Artemichael, I was just wishing that I could shoot you like an Instagram message or something because I don't know if I was telling Armored Wolf, maybe Landras yesterday. I said I hope that we see Artemichael. So this is a wellness check to see if do you have any trees left? Obviously you must have, well, you have a phone left. But I kept telling folks just what was going on over there, and that it was definitely a no bueno kind of a thing. Here, let's get some more of our little touch of yellow in here. So with the terrain and everything, the basing stuff, it's a little bit different than kind of the usual things that you see. Oh, that's what it was. She traded him 20 loaves of bread for a ring. And he says, "Hey, lady, I don't want any bread. I don't need a ring, but do you have a quarter?" He's like, "I have no need for what's a quarter?" It's like, a quarter. It's kind of shiny like your ring, but it's way better. And I'll buy it off you for a nickel. So Velfira, who's really going to be surprised? Who's going to be awful surprised here at a certain point? Where did he go? Where's he at? There he is. He's like, don't have the ring. Still. Stupid cave troll. It veered. We've had worse thunderstorms this year. Artemichael, well, it veered at the last minute, just like we were hoping for you. But that is really good. Well, don't feel great for the people that got nuked by that, but I was really wondering how that was going to work out for you. Bloody Rusty Studio, he's always looking for a quarter. He is always looking for a quarter. So he's going to be my stand-in for the Goblin King. Oh gosh, I can never remember the dude's name. And I was literally just looking at the book. Oh, Bithron. I was looking at points costs. Do you know that already painted? I pretty much already have over 1,000 points of Moria just painted. If I do the Watcher in the Water, and then some of the Goblin Heroes and a Bat Swarm or two, you're talking about like 1,500 points worth of Moria stuff. Of course, it doesn't hurt that dragons are. Oh, and I got to do the Dweller in the Dark. But yeah, it doesn't hurt that the Balrog and the dragon are 350 apiece. I mean, I knew it was a lot, but I also didn't realize that the Dweller in the Dark is 200 points. Jeez. There's some pricey monsters. Those are them some pricey monsters. So we're definitely going to have to create ourselves some Moria terrain so that, well, we can have a whole bunch of our Moria beasties. So now Artemichael has to focus on the semester. Well, Artemichael, at least you had that better offer, right? So maybe you don't have to grow and grind the coffee beans as well as make the coffee. So Bithron, I think that my two cave trolls that have the hammer, those are 80 points, and I think the Alex, no, sorry, the one that Barnacle Jones, I think he's only 75. The Cave Drake, I think, is less than the Dragon. And of course, basically each of the, you can select up to two options, and what is it, 50 points an option. So he's 250 plus the 100 for your 350. Pretty much every dragon's going to be 350. All right, let's take our blending brush here. Get in after some of that. Let's get some more light tones here on the dress. Again, not minus the fuzz here. We're trying to make some parts of this lighter. We have to figure out what are we doing with her eyes, because she had the bright glowing eyes with the really dark pupils in them. So, well, let's see what we can do with that here. Let's just throw something here into the eyes just to play around with this real quick here. The eyes aren't super large on this. Again, this is from the Printing Goes Ever On. Yeah, well, Bithron, Smaug, what would you say? He probably takes up a quarter of a table just by himself, right? What's interesting, of course, the Balrog only moves 6 inches. The thing that I've got to work into the list is at least 2 bat swarms. Because basically anybody that has a hero gets really sad when you have a bat swarm. All right, we're going to take some of that. Instead of the brilliant yellow pale, I'm going to take some of the white here. We'll mix it with the Terra Rosa and see what we can do here on her cheeks there. Okay, we might just have to leave some of this green in the skin tones here. So Balrogs are never hasty, according to Happy Heretic. I just can't. Oh, I just can't wait to start setting things on fire with the Balrog. Pretty much, you either get wounded and die, or you live but you get set on fire, and then you eventually die from being on fire. So I've never played the Balrog. Certainly, I've never played a Moria army. I've never played against a Moria army. So I'm really looking forward to playing as Moria. Now we're going to also start getting some of the lighter tones in the hair as well. So, well, didn't Gandalf give that advice to Gwahir, and Gwahir almost killed him for it? Wait a minute, no, that's oh no, this is it. Oh, that's right. That's this Thursday. Yeah, so this Thursday, our Landscape of Middle-earth. Speaking of Balrogs, it is Gandalf v Balrog. Yes, it's Gandalf versus the Balrog. That is our 2D art scene for this Thursday. mark your, well, hopefully we get to do it Thursday, but in any case, that's when I'm hoping to do that. So that will be very fun, part of our Landscapes of Middle-earth series. We haven't really done, well, I mean, I guess Boromir that was pretty much the first figure that we've done. The Argonath really, I mean, they don't necessarily count as figures. They're human statues. But the Balrog should be a very interesting 2D art subject, I think. Hey, Arabino, how you doing? Steelhead, the armies, well, you know what my armies were. That my first army was Easterlings. I mean, it was always Easterlings. I did play the Galadriel elves because I also had to have a good army for a tournament. And I did like the Galadriel elves too. So Aaron Banel, I did a video on this last night because she needed a floaty base. You can't really see it here, obviously, but yeah, her feet there are just kind of floating. There was no way to get a pin in those, so there's a couple of pins here, and see the two pins right there? She sits in there and she actually floats around on that base. So we sculpted this last night, and of course, there's our two Schmaladriels. She's like, whoa, man, uh, that's a day. I must not have done my makeup right. That's a bad hair day. So Steelhead, basically now, of course, because of we're using that we're doing that campaign type of thing, I basically have to have one of every single army. But it has definitely opened up my eyes to so many interesting armies, like the Golgoroth army with the Blackguards of Barad-dûr and the Great Beast of Golgoroth. Again, all of this is stuff that I never got to play against because, well, nobody that I knew played that stuff. Unfortunately, is this my? Oh, that's still my 10-0. I'm looking for my 18-0. There it is. Do I have a? I think I had another 18-0 started up. There it is. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you're doing okay for a Monday there, Mbano. Taking some indigo, a little bit of our perline black. Speaking of cave trolls here, so see the difference that the Salo made? So that's that Salo green that we added. That's why it's not quite as dingy of a green as that. That's more of the perline black as opposed to the Thalo blue and Thalo green and Prussian blue. Oh, thanks, Aaron Banel. Now, if you just did that, I'll shoot you the links when this is over. And of course, if there's any specific thing, I can always kind of just send you the link directly to it. But I'll do you the email with all of the different links. And of course, it begins with the army painting series. Then through the dark sword stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna make that maybe also darker right there. Before we come back in with some of our light for the hair. Let me see. So yeah, Aaron Bano, I will shoot you those links later tonight. And some of those oil mixing videos and stuff, those are further down in the general techniques section. I'm going to go back into that with some of the white here. First, get all the indigo out of that. Let's see if we can do just a bit more white in her eye. And I had to make that really, really, really thick right there. Let's see, Steelhead's been thinking about a Rohan and Isengard army. Well, Steelhead, now were you thinking just straight up armies, or were you thinking legendary legions? Because take a look at the legendary legions, because there's some really interesting themey type stuff there. And those are in the War in Rohan book, with lots of great scenarios. Tons of great scenarios in that War in Rohan book. All right, we need to lighten this up a smidge here. Let's do the same with this shoulder too. We'll come back in, we'll smooth that out here. Let's get that base out of the way. So Astrovox, hopefully you can find some chill in some painting there. So this is not going to have any of the yellowish white in there. But maybe we might sneak a little, what the heck, I'll sneak a little bit of our yellowish white in there. So that's the Indian yellow mixed with some of our white. I don't want the hair to get too light too fast. We're letting that's still mixing with some of our pre-glaze that's on there, of course. And of course the steelhead, now I guess it kind of depends. Are you thinking just straight up Gondor army, or is it a fiefdoms army, or is it Gondor and fiefdoms? Because love me, where's my, there they are, love me some Dol Amroth, of course. Dol Amroth is very cool. Yeah, Steelhead, the nice thing is that you don't need tons and tons of figures to be able to play the game. I basically can field right now, probably about 1,400 points worth of Moria stuff with just less than 30 miniatures, which is that is a massive force. Aaron Banel's got, might get out a set of Minas Tirith. Aaron Bale, that would be sensational. And of course, I've seen lots of. I did do a diorama way back in the day, when with the old metal fountain court. I think it was the fountain court guard. I think that's what it was. Yeah, fountain court guard. And I actually sculpted the White Tree of Gondor, which we'll certainly have to do again. Because with everything that we've learned since, it'd be so much easier. Yeah, Steelhead, the last, well, actually, ironically enough, the same group ran that last Operation Sting Bolt Action tournament, but that was at the bunker. I think it was 2012, the Lord of the Rings tournament that they did, and that's where you had to have one evil army and one good army. Get some more of our light here up here. And the nice thing is all the green that we started with, it's affecting everything that we're adding to this. Yeah, Steelhead. Now where's my, here is the old metal Prince Imrahil here. This is the old metal one. And here's our new, more playable one. If I could actually get to it, there we go. So there's our more playable Prince Imrahil, all in plastic with some green stuff and, just a smidge of forge roll parts. Now that this thing is all dry, I have to remember to take this thing off. I can add all of my flock to this one. This is what we painted, what, on Friday, I think it was? All right, where am we at here? We're down here. Let's continue to add some lights here, but I think I might focus some of my lights on the out here on the ends. Maybe make this a little darker. Yeah, I don't want to get too light with the hair as it gets closer to the skin. Of course, Dol Amroth, fortunately, there's more than just the Prince Imra. You got Forlong the Fat. You have the Clamden guys. You have basically guys in kilts. You have the, oh, are they the Gray Rangers? You have some Rangers that you can throw in there too. Some interesting heroes that really crank out a lot of fun bonuses. I do believe that with Imrahil, not only is he like a 12-inch banner, but he also, I think he does make the Dol Amroth Knights fight skill 5. That's like Elven fight skill level right there. Let's see, some of the scenery that you got is from Duke Siegfried. I don't know who that is, but it sure sounds nifty. Continuing to add our lighter color. Really gotta focus, I think, the lighter colors out on the edges here. Just looking at the references, and that seems to be a good idea. Let some of the darker here be here closest to where the face is coming up against it. Make the face stand out more. So again, I didn't want her to just be all green, but you can see how much of the green is in that skin tone. Then we'll have to come back in and we have to see, do we want to add the 2 really dark pupils there? Do we want to do that? Do we not want to do that? We'll see what happens with that. And now with this crown, I'm just going to get, that's a little hint of the Indian yellow right there. I don't want to lighten that too much. I think that's about okay there. Let's add a little bit more of our lighter gold to this part of a dress here. Might also think about some kind of filigree pattern in there as well. I'm going to throw one bit of a lighter tone right there, and same thing over here. Where's my blending brush here? Okay, that takes care of that. Yeah, go hang out in the Pyro Club. Wow, it's 8:33. You definitely don't want to miss out too much more on the Pyro Club. Well, thanks, Muse's Touch. You have a good one. And thanks so much for the raid. And if everyone could please give Muse's Touch a follow, that would be sensational, so that we support all of our fellow Twitch streamers. If you could please do that. He's one of the first minis guys started in 1971. There's a whole Wikipedia on him. Oh, that's interesting. Now, see, the thing is, do I want to have that light reflecting? I don't know. Have to make a choice. Do we want to have any sort of light reflecting on her upper eyelids here and the eyebrow? I don't know. Let's make that slightly lighter there. Oh, thanks again, Uses Touch. I'm going to get some of this indigo. Maybe lighten it a little bit more. See if we can get a little more value there on that lower lip. I mean, it was okay to have it be dark, but we don't want it to be too dark. And there I'm actually putting some blue in her skin tone there. Instead of red in the cheeks, we're actually putting some blue there. That's indigo. Indigo mixed with a little bit of our white. And then I guess I have to figure out, do I want to? What's interesting is the picture of the Dark Galadriel where it's just the actual photo, and again, of the stand-in. You can actually see some of the lacy stuff. So they actually did sort of take her, the dress that she was wearing, and they did modify that dress. It suddenly has armor over the top of it. Of course, what I need to do is grab, I have at least 2 books on the art of Lord of the Rings, so I should probably go grab those. I know I used those to make Grand and some of the other stuff because you didn't really have the internet like we do now. Not back in 2003 and 2004. Not quite the same with the Googles in 2004. So again, lightening this up a little more here. All those previous layers, mixing in just a bit. All that pre-glaze that we set up, making some good use of it as we welcome in Calvadia. How you doing there, Calvadia? Hopefully you had yourself a decent Monday. That's going to be too much on there. I'm going to try and get a little bit of a highlight along the top of the... If that's a crown, don't know. And I got to figure out, is that hair? What is that? And then there's these other little bitses here. I'm guessing of her crown as well. See if we can do something with the hair back here. Yeah, so Calvadia, we're having some fun with this. I sculpted last night and actually filmed the process of sculpting another base. And this one actually has, it's so, because she's floating, there's nothing actually going to be touching the base except a couple of pins that run through her dress and then into this branch over here. So imperfect ideal. We've talked about that a bunch of times, that the puppet shows, they're always spontaneous. They arise when they arise. They just all of a sudden they happen. They tend to happen when, say, maybe certain people show up that have an interesting screen name. Of course, whenever Gandalf comes along, you never know who might also come along too. And well, like you were saying there, Ambandle too. Most people that have chat reward things like that, they have a, what's it called, a cooldown period. I know Kathy has some kind of hydrate thing or whatever, and she put that on a cooldown because otherwise she'd either need a stadium pal, an adult diaper, or have to just run to the bathroom every 2 minutes. So yeah, that's on a bit of a cooldown, that one. Which, of course, I mean, entertainment value aside. There, let's just use the blending brush. See that? Nice little blending brush action there. And of course, while we like to have some funsies, we're always finishing whatever it is that we begin on the stream, right? That is the rule. That is always the rule. Whatever starts on the stream gets finished on the stream. Now, of course, the nice thing about the oils is that you can sort of do those asides. If I was doing acrylics, there would not probably be too many puppet shows. I'll tell you that right now, because why? Well, the paint would just be drying on the brush, wouldn't it? paint would be drying on that brush. We would have to constantly be cleaning out the brush all the time. So thank goodness for the oils. It makes the puppet shows possible. And we're just trying to get a couple of lights here on some of the hair. Letting that mix with what's already there. Yeah, actually Imperfect, what I still haven't had a chance to do is just make sort of a catalog of those, especially some of the earlier ones, because there's times where I would really love to discuss one of the earlier ones, but I just don't remember which one it is because it might have been a while since we showed it. They're also scattered in a few places now. There's like 3 distinct groups of them. And they tend to come along like, well, then there's the terrain ones, of course. There's the cookie decorating ones. Remember that? What is that? Respect the sprinkles? Yes, respect the sprinkles. Which is always puzzling when I pull that one up during a regular painting stream. People are like, why respect the sprinkles? what's going on there? So Centaur and Deer, I always loved the oil paints ever since I was a kid because they allow me to do, well, some of those things. What's the very first chapter in the Book of Wapple? I'm sorry, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. And oils really make that so much easier. It's so much easier to make. Well, we certainly did that here, right? There is some of that, was that the perline black, that really dark green, that is everywhere on here. It's in the hair, it's in the skin tone, it's in the dress, it's on the base. It is everywhere. The other nice thing about the oils is that, of course, the increased luminosity, the darks are more dark. It just, well, lasts longer too. It's very durable, especially when it comes to miniatures. Really love that. And here's some of the other sculpting that we did. So now we sculpted up this bust of Eowyn on Thursday, painted that up on Friday with the oils. Absolutely loved it. Ironically enough, Sinterer, my training is as watercolors. Watercolor trained, then sort of went into the pastels and then into the oils. So started out mostly watercolors, then pastels, and then into the oils, which is kind of why, in some ways, my watercolors have a little bit of oil painting built into them. And also where they have a little bit of pastels built into them. Some lights here on the hair. We'll see what's going on with that later. We might also try and do some kind of patterns on the dress there too. So this might be an interesting time. Let's have both of these side by side, right? So take a look now that we've got the values pretty far along on this one. It should be interesting to see these two side by side. So once again, away goes the color, left with the value. So while her skin looks a little bit darker, you don't have that, there is no, you don't see any of the greens there, you don't see any of the really ruby type colors on her skin either. It's really, look at that, it is pretty darn interesting. You know, we could maybe do some of the lacy pattern here. Oh, maybe we could do that. Maybe we could still do some of the lace pattern from there onto here. I think that could be very fun, don't you think? Let's go back to our regular color intensity here. Thanks, Estrovac, and it was so similar to this. What did we do? We just plopped a bunch of the... Yeah, we just plopped a bunch of Terra Rosa in there. Came back in later. with the brilliant yellow pale and just essentially dry brushed over the top of it and just let all those mix together. Now this is a little bit more of the phthalo in it. It's a little different color here for the hair. We don't want everything again to be just yellow. So Aaron Bano, it's think of it like this. Think of it like this here. So we have all of this object source lighting. It shows it even more dramatically on this side, but you would think that this is a really bright or light color value-wise. Not so much. Especially here, look at it, it's practically disappeared. That is why we do the film noir, because contrast is not just value, it's not just light versus dark, it's color intensity, it's warmth. So we have two things going on there. That orange is super intense, it's super warm. This is very desaturated and a much cooler color, so that's why we have the dramatic difference. It's not so much this is lighter than that, it's that it is more intense and warmer versus the color that you're comparing it to. Where's my 18.0, is it? There it is. And of course, Steelhead, we had a very different approach to the watercolor. You would be hugely surprised. Yes, the approach to watercolors was very different than the typical one. Yeah, you would be shocked to know that I did not paint watercolors in the way people think about watercolors. That's one way to use them, but there are so many other fun ways to use the watercolors. That was where we were taking the hot press watercolor board. We would actually paint the opaque white on there and then paint the watercolors on top of that and actually take another brush and wipe it away. Gee, where do we get the idea for wiping this stuff away? It might have come from there. So I think it could be fun to have that same pattern, especially maybe on this side right here, because I mean that's a big open area. Should be fun to try and do some of that. Here, let's also have some of the phthalo green in her hair. Centurion, now of course I'm using just the Logitech camera controls here, but I mean every phone has some kind of an app on it, right? You just take a picture of your stuff, you kill the value, or you kill the saturation, and now all you have are those values, and it'll show you an awful lot. For folks that are looking to do non-metallic metal, object source lighting, all that kind of stuff, you play with that, that's going to help you. That's going to show you an awful lot. So look at this. We're actually getting some bright green in here, which is actually standing out even more than the yellow. Why? Because it's a phthalo green. It's a much pure green. We also have Grey Wolf Studio here. Grey Wolf, how the heck you doing? I hope that you're doing well. I know that Dave is hard at work. He showed me pictures of his diorama earlier. I think it was, yeah, last night, earlier today. He sent me some pictures of his diorama with his oliphants. And of course, we'll just call them oliphants here. Yeah, oh, let's keep going with our. Right there. So yeah, Grey Wolf, we filmed this last night because we need another base, basically like the other one on our other Galadriel, but we needed one, essentially a flying base. There's actually a couple of pins in her dress right here that actually stick into the log over there. Now, of course, when you're thinking of oliphants, you hear that, you might be thinking of like Stan and Ollie, but just all his words because it's a typeface. That's all I can think of all of a sudden. Yes, that's the person who has been way, well, when you get calligraphy books when you're 12 years old for your birthday, you start thinking about fonts and typefaces all the time. That's just kind of how that goes. So Grey Wolf, that is all epoxy sculpt. It's just like what we did on the other one. It's also like what we did on some of our, well, actually we did sculpt this on stream. So that is epoxy sculpt, which has all of the great properties of milliput and green stuff, just minus all the bad ones. It's the same stuff that we used here. Of course, it's also the same stuff that we used on the saddest critter in all of Middle Earth. Of course, the Great Beast of Golgoroth, right there. So Aaron Banel, there's a bunch of, there's actually a bunch of elephants. They basically represent the elite units for all the Southrons. So they kind of lump the Easterlings and Harad and all that stuff together in the War of the Ring board game. But their elite units are actually elephants. So we'll paint those in oils and they will be oily fonts. Or if you do calligraphy in oils, that could also be oily fonts too. It would be interesting to do calligraphy in oils because, well, guess what? Your brushstroke's not going to be drying as you're painting it. That could be very interesting. Calligraphy in oils. Sort of a little more of our green there. So yeah, this is Grey Wolf. This is from the Printing Goes Ever On. They actually have a bust version of this, which I'm kind of looking forward to. Getting that printer going again so that we can maybe play with that. Let's see if I can't throw a little bit more of the green into the skin tone there. Also a little lighter. Speaking of lighter, we got some of our lighter skin tone over here. Would like to lighten up that chin just a bit. And all the reference pictures for the bottom of her face is surprisingly dark, I have to say. See if I can't make her chin a little lighter. So we'll throw that lighter color in there and then we're just going to spread that around. Like so. What else do we have there? I think we're all set. I think we are caught up on that chat. But yeah, Grey Wolf, we were thinking about on the other side of her sleeves here, doing the same kind of lace design. Because when I look at the reference picture, not so much of what you see in the movie, but the actual person wearing the clothes, you can see that while it's all kind of ripped up and in just shreds and stuff, you can see that there's that same pattern that was on the sleeves. So I think we're going to try and execute that same sleeve pattern on here too. Hey, Lady B. So Lady B, I saw your Instagram post there. That was looking really nice. How does it feel to be painting some of those miniatures? Hopefully you had a lot of fun doing that. Gonna see if I can't get a couple more lights on that shoulder, maybe here on her neck, but not so much the Terra Rosa, but more of the greenish color here. Oh, that's her ear right there. So that's the crown, that's her ear. Oh, this is part of her crown. That's not her hair. Okay. All right, good to know. So primer flakes. So Lady B, I'm pretty sure that's a breakfast food that you weren't interested in. Primer flakes. I'm guessing there's not a lot of nutrition in that either. Now, of course, who knows? Maybe if you have it with chocolate milk or something like that, it might improve the taste slightly. But I'm just thinking that the primer flakes are probably just kind of chunky and nasty. Yeah, you want primer, not cereal, right? So that does not sound like a tasty cereal whatsoever. Also, too, you can see how we're able to utilize that 18-0. Look where my hand is. Again, none of this stuff, right? None of that. Look where my hand is. Way the heck back here. And yet we have all kinds of control over that brush. Lets us do a very nice gentle brush stroke there. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. So doing some rattle can stuff there. Here, gee whiz, when's the last time? I can't even remember the last time I used one of those. I couldn't tell you. It's got to be at least 15 years, maybe, since we last used any kind of a rattle can primer. I didn't realize I knew we've been brushing on the primer for a long time, but that's longer than I thought. That is way longer than I thought. So again, we're thinking on her sleeves, we'll try and do the same little lacy pattern there. Hey, Nosferatu, how the heck are you doing? Well, I guess a happy Tuesday to you and to Lady B. We still have 3 hours of Monday left here. Of course, for Stila, it's already probably Friday afternoon by now. Might already be Saturday. Actually, I think Stila didn't she just do a live session yesterday or the day before? I could swear that I got a notification at around 5 in the morning. Ah, Bloody Rusty Studio. Oh, that's well, we have to do. Oh, don't we have some other metal band type T-shirts that we were thinking of doing? We'll have to add that one to the list of our Wappleville metal band T-shirts, and of course, very glam, very, very, very glam, as glam as you could possibly imagine. I think we should probably lighten up this strand of hair right here. Why not? It's gonna set everything else. Yeah, might lighten up these guys too. Oh, and by the way, the 72 mil fig and this base, we've been painting these for 2 hours and 13 minutes. So there's that. There's that. That is just, shall we say, victory to oils right there. Yeah, Lady B, I'm sure there's got to be, well, I don't know how many in-person outlets may have it there, but there's got to be something in Australia, because I know a bunch of Australians that use the MIG ammo stuff. And Stila was able to get it in Japan too, so there must be a way to get that. Obviously, just, well, I can only imagine what it was like, shipping things even a year, 2 years ago was no fun, but I'm sure now it's even less fun as we welcome in Loim. Loim, how are you doing? And so Loim, look at this. Look at our two Schmeladriels here. Two Schmeladriels. There we go. Look at that. And Loim, some exciting news from GW. I don't know if you saw the new GW figures that are coming out. The new plastic Witch King. But there's not just the War in the North book. There's also a Dol Guldur book. And it's not just going to be okay, where they're trying to take down the necromancer and stuff. It's basically the rise of Dol Guldur. So it's pretty much the entire story of that, and that's the newest GW source book for Lord of the Rings. So that I'm really looking forward to that. Just sensational. Well, they even have new terrain pieces, of course, but well, there's Amon Hen, but that's something that I would. Well, actually, I just believe it or not, I just saw somebody using the Green Stuff World column molds and the same stuff that we used to make the other Gondor buildings out of. He just used the Green Stuff World molds and was able to make a decent part of Amon Hen just out of that stuff. Yeah, and of course, Loim, as we get ever closer to September here. Now, I don't know exactly when the release day is, but September was supposed to be the new audiobook for Lord of the Rings, with the circus doing the reading of that. So, looking forward to that too. Adding some more of our lights here on her sleeve. See what we're gonna do back here. I think I also want to try and get some more color in there. I'm gonna see if I can't boost in maybe a smidge more of the phthalo blue here. So phthalo blue, some of our white. Let's just start changing a few colors right here. And as always, dry brush style. And it's not going to be a huge color change, but it just has a little bit more blue to it. A little bit less of the green. And of course, Loim, I'm sure you have seen a bazillion times the picture from Amazon with the two trees and everything else. I wasn't sure if that makes you feel a little bit better about the possibilities for that show or not. That perhaps there's going to be some actual respect shown for the universe, for the lore. We can hope, right? We can hope. Ah, there we go. So this needed to be a little lighter here. This is that blind blending that we talk about. Now I'm just going to take my brush here. And all of a sudden, that is now completely and totally blended. That I couldn't even see that area, but I know it's completely blended. Whereas with acrylics, how the heck do you layer something like that? You can't. I don't have to worry about it, which is mighty sweet. Very sweet. Now, of course, there were a few of the support dots that I wasn't able to catch here. All right, a little bit more of the blue. Almost tempted to get some of the violet in here. But then if we're doing all the lace stuff over the top of this, maybe we won't fool around with that too much. All right, and it's still very much a dry brush. See that? Nice dry brush. I'll probably lighten this up some more too. If I lighten it up too much, then the lace pattern is going to be, as you can imagine, that much more difficult to execute. So Zip Zap, that was definitely oil paints. I'm pretty sure that we still have the highlight should still be up. And that VOD should probably somewhere, I'm thinking maybe, gosh, October, September maybe of last year. Could be even older than that. Or it could be a little newer, I suppose. But that was most definitely painted in oils because that's where we were sort of using the Fanchon red for the first time. We had our Prussian blue. So again, just doing some dry brushy stuff here. See how that gets lighter right away. Then we'll go even more of a dry brush because now we just have a blending brush here. See how easy it makes that? I mean, look at this right here. Yeah. Edge no more. Edge be gone. There is no edge there anymore. Yeah, let's spread this out a little more too. Just looking to soften up a few more edges there. Hey Drax, how you doing? Oh, if everyone could please give Drax a follow, that would be really cool. So Drax is a Camelot or more the Blood Angels on tap for tonight. So in about 3-ish hours or so, Drax will be streaming, and Drax will oftentimes use the oils too. So if you give Drax a follow, you'll get that notification in about 3-ish hours or so. Ooh, let's just tone that. There's a couple of brush strokes there. I can see a little bit of brush stroke management going on. So there we go. So there's our awesome Camelot. All right. Well, Drax, I'll try and join you for a little bit. At least just hang out in the chat or something. Because we filmed our video. We filmed this last night, constructing this base for our Dark Galadriel. Well, let's throw some lighter tones on this, maybe, just for funsies here. Let's see. All right, well, Velfira, we'll give you a little parting film noir, of course. And Velfira, I don't know if you had a chance to hear what we're going to be doing for our Thursday painting, our 2D painting. That's going to be the Balrog versus Gandalf, the scene at the bridge, right? So that should be really fun to do that. So let's get our 2. And it's going to be real interesting to see these two side by side. Sans color. Poof, look at that. Even the hair is much lighter, and obviously the darks in the dress are a little bit deeper than what you have over here, but it's not quite as light as you think, right? It's the intensity of that green that you're seeing. Not so much here. It's all just very neutral. This is that's why this is no darker than this. This looks darker because of all the greens. So here, let's bring back our color once again on this for Velfira. Bam, there we go. So thanks again, Velfira. You have a good one. Let's see. So Drax, majority of it was the Perline black, but there was also some Phthalo. So out here, I think you can really see the Phthalo out there. But there you can also see the Perline black. So yeah, it was mostly even Perline black on the skin tone, Perline black on the hair, but also mixed with just a smidge of the Indian yellow. Oh no, the brown matter. That was Perline black and brown matter here for the hair. And Drax, Landrest and I, we were looking up basically the paint history of the quinacridone golden brown, trying to figure out why the heck does it cost so much. Ironically enough, until the 1950s, it was an automotive paint. And they did some things to it to modify it, to make it an artist color. And the things that they did to it to make it an artist color, apparently that's what make it cost so much. Like in its auto painting formula, it's just worthless for painting, but I guess artists started to like it, but they had some complaints about, well, probably the light fastness and some other things. And I guess whatever they did, That's what makes it so expensive. So that was really interesting to read. So there was the quinacridone, and I guess there's a lot of things that quinacridone is notorious for, and then there was the gold. And it was it's always interesting reading the histories of those paint colors. And so Nosferatu, it's quinacridone golden brown. It's a color that costs I think 40 something dollars a tube. Sorry, I need to I need to get me something to drink here. And we're just going to take a sip of that, and hopefully that helps. Other than that, we'll just have to go cough drop style, which we might just have to do. It's pretty much been non-stop streaming and filming, so the voice is definitely taken a bit of a beating. So it was always just like, okay, what is it about quinacridone golden brown? Because we have, oh, and we also tried to see what makes similar colors, and I think we took brown matter, and we took, ironically enough, brown matter and quinacridone magenta makes something that's very similar to the quinacridone golden brown. So if you want if you want to make quinacridone golden brown on the cheap, you could potentially take something like the quinacridone magenta and then mix that with the brown matter. Unless maybe you'd use purple matter. I don't think so. I think you would want to use the quinacridone magenta and brown matter. Of course, Landras was the witness, so Landras would be the ultimate authority on what I actually mixed together. Gonna lighten this up a little bit more. Maybe even here too. Something like this. Yeah, that was getting me a little bit too much dark right there. I don't want to lose the green, right? Because we want to have, again, as much green as we can get into the skin. So it was mostly about light fastness and a couple of other things. The reason why that was some of the complaints that the artist had about it. Now, here's the challenge. What do we do here with these pupils? I'm just going to take the indigo blue here. And let's see what happens. We'll go with the dark pupils here on the Dark Galadriel and see if that actually works. Maybe, I don't know. Her eyes are also kind of really, really huge, or the irises slash pupils are really big. If I don't like them, easy enough to change it back. Definitely easy enough to change it back. We'll just go with that for right now and see. We'll just look at it later. Now, with all of the reference pictures, they show that basically that light reflected onto her eye brow and her eyelid. I don't know if I want to do that. I'm gonna again making the pupils a little bit larger than I normally would, a little bit bigger than I normally would because we're trying to exaggerate that just a smidge. Here, let's do a little bit of a dark lining underneath that. Maybe reinforce some of the darks here on her belt or sash or whatever that is. Like this. So Zip Zap, now that we've used them for a while, that was pretty much the last thing, the last test, right, was longevity. Now they start to show a little bit of wear and tear, but they're pretty darn rugged. I'd have to say, for the price of them, They're pretty darn rugged. We also did learn, though, that we're just not going to be getting spotters anymore. That was just kind of an accidental thing that we ended up using spotters as much as we did. It's mostly because I was trying to find substitutes for the quadruple zeros. So yeah, you won't be seeing spotters pretty much anymore. They weren't necessarily my favorite brush to start with. We just kind of ended up with those. So we won't be, won't be seeing too many of the spotter brushes anymore. Maybe here and there, but not. You're mostly going to be seeing the liner brushes, which, if anybody has seen the old painting pyramid videos, that's all you ever saw was liner brushes. And as far as cost-wise goes, right, they're very much in line with lots of other brushes, so not super expensive or anything like that. So Drex, are you at a point with the Camelot figures where it's more time for the oils, or are you going to be? Is it more the acrylic phase? Because I know you have a couple of different phases that you'll go through with the figures. Kind of do some with the oils, let that dry, go back over with acrylics, and vice versa. So honestly, yeah, we were, as much as I liked the values in that one, I just thought the colors in that were pretty interesting. Now, see that the thing with the white backdrop there? Apparently, that was a figure that you could get. Yeah, that was some figure that you could actually get, and there was like translucent material for parts of the dress and such. Real interesting. Okay, I'm gonna. This is our asphaltum here. Just trying to restore a couple of edges here. I'm still doing the base with the acrylics, and then do the swap. Okay. So again, everybody, if you could please give Drax that follow. Later on, you'll get that notification when he is going to be doing all of those wonderful Camelot figures. So time for us to start thinking about this right here. I'm going to get first some of my perline black, some of this darker green, and a couple of spots here. And something in there, either indigo or the Prussian blue. I'm going to start out with the Prussian blue here. Oh, yeah. A little bit of just threw some Prussian blue in there. Do the same over here. I'm just trying to get a little bit of difference in the color, not so it's not all the same. Okay, that works. And again, do that lacy pattern. It's not exactly the most difficult, intricate pattern in the universe. We could do it as a dark lace pattern, but let's try it as lighter, and we'll see what happens. We're going to basically make it some kind of a greenish tone here. Where's that phthalo? So it's phthalo green and the brilliant yellow pale. And we're just going to do just a series of our dots right here. It's almost like we're doing Celtic knotwork designs. That's pretty much what they did. They had a grid pattern like that of dots, and then all of their overs and unders went in between the grid pattern there. So I'm just going to lay this out like so. Ooh, let's pop that right there. I should also, I'm going to take a picture of this too, just so we have a little bit of a record of what we've done. Okay, I think that dot needs to go there. No, wait a minute. Wait a second. I'm going to bring my phthalo blue in there. Maybe lighten that up a smidge. A little lighter. Yep, that's, and that, there should be light hitting that edge, so think that makes a little more sense. Now we'll come back with our pattern indication. All right. So I'm going to just real quick here snap a picture of this so that we have some step-by-steps. Hey, Amateur Paint Hour, nice to see you back. I hope that your week is off to a good start, of course. Let's see. So we had another stream yesterday. It made me curious to hear from the pro. Do you ever start minis in acrylic and finish in oil? So Amateur Paint Hour, actually you can watch Drax. Drax will be doing that later tonight. He's starting off with the acrylics and then he'll put the oils over the top. For me, that just slows the entire process down and you lose out on all of that free blending that we got here. Because again, this is 2 hours and 35 minutes. From primer to this in 2 hours 35 minutes. Unfortunately, if I had done all the acrylic stuff first, I wouldn't have the ability to blend things. Like what we just did here, there's still pre-glaze. Like this hair, that's me blending colors into that weird kind of almost an olive green type of a deal. Now I have done, actually I've done videos and we've even done streams where I have miniatures that were started with acrylics and then finished off with oils because, well, people would like to know, right? They would like some info. How does that work? I actually took some Easterling archers, I think it was, and we basically took those guys that had some acrylics on them and we finished them off with oils. So you can definitely do it. It was more, I kind of had no choice because they were already partially painted, right? So Aaron Bainel, the Smithsonian has requested this thing. I do believe we got this about 15 years ago or so. Look at that. Look at that mighty 6 megapixels. Yeah, this as you can see, there's paint all over it. Look at this. There's oxide paste and everything. There's glue on it. Yeah, look at that. That is a mighty beast right there. Now I'm just gonna take a quick moment to compare this here. Okay, that's what we're looking at. So yeah, Aaron Bano, I'm hoping maybe that if I get the new phone or whatever, that the camera on that one is a bit better. The current phone that I have, that camera is okay for doing group shots or terrain. I don't really like it for miniature shots, unless they're group shots. It kind of does okay with those, but that's it. Imperfect Ideal, it's so funny because before that, we were using a camera that was, it was one of those Sony Mavicams that weighed a ton, and you had the floppy drive that went in there, and we could save all of 4 pictures on that floppy drive. That was it. A mighty 4 pictures on that floppy drive. So Aaron Man, that's another reason why I don't have a fancy phone, because that's exactly what it would look like. It would be just as tortured and beat up as that one right there. So there was the question about the stippling. Well, we're certainly doing some stippling right now. It's something that we often do with our freehand, but especially with this whole lace thing, we kind of have to do that. So as you can see, what are we doing here? We're just sort of setting up the initial, almost like a tic-tac-toe board here. Hey, KS, how you doing? Nice to see you again. So here we're going to tighten this up a little bit. And then remember the fun thing that we can do with our blending brushes, something like this here. So see how we're kind of toning that down a little bit? All I'm doing is just touching the brush to that a little bit, and it sort of smooths things out a little bit. Hey, Bettany, how you doing? So Bethany, this was very fun. We sculpted this base last night because she's actually floating. She doesn't actually touch the base. And there's a couple of pins in her dress that are actually stuck to this tree root right here, which is pretty fun. Okay, why don't we... Yeah, we're going to continue, I think, with our Brilliant Yellow Pale exercise here, mixed with a little bit of the phthalo.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Now we have ourselves a new little hobbit. We have Lord Ooft. Lord Ooft, hello, little hobbit. Oof. Galadriel, so I'm hearing this rumor that you might have given a certain troll like 20 loaves of lambus bread, and maybe you got a certain ring now. It's like, what makes you think I have a ring? Like some dark evil ring. Come on, why would I mess around with something like that? He's like, well, you look a little bit different than you did on Monday. So thank you so much, Lord Ooft. I appreciate that. So actually, Grim, we don't really, I'm not a super fan of that kind of modern technology. It was an 1888 Kodak. Yeah, we sort of like what Matthew Brady was using for his photographs. So yeah, we kind of use the Matthew Brady model. We're actually streaming with that right now. Yeah, who would have thought an 1860s camera you could stream with that? So Grey Wolf, you have a good one. And so Grey Wolf, if you can hang out on Thursday, yeah, it's supposed to be Balrog versus Gandalf 2D art day. So that's the plan anyway, right? It's always the plan. Sometimes the plan just has to change a little bit. But thanks for hanging out. All right, so Chaos, all kidding aside, I'm just using a 920, just a Logitech C920, and my palette cam over here is actually an old IPVO presentation camera that's got to be at least, wow, it could be a good 7 or 8 years old, maybe, possibly older. But it's all about the lighting, just like Zip Zap was saying. And even my new magnifier light that I found with the dimmable light source, or it can be dimmed so much more, and it's really made a difference on the videos, on the streams. So that is crucially important there. You can have a great camera. Also, it's you have to turn off your autofocus, so no autofocus. You find yourself a focus point and you stay there until you maybe need to make an adjustment. But otherwise, yeah, it's no autofocus. Make sure you have light coming from all directions. Otherwise, it'll just burn out the figure. Okay, let's again try and get some fresh paint into this. We have to have this kind of double back on itself here. Almost forgot that. And then we'll take our blending brush and we're going to minimize this just a bit. Where's that blending brush? Here it is. So Chaos, as far as the camera control software, it's just a Logitech camera control software. I'm pretty sure you have that. Well, Logic Capture, that's the other thing. That's also from, well, guess what? Logitech. And it's just a very simple camera control software that I just loaded up from the Logitech site. And it most definitely free. Most definitely free. All right, Loim, you have a good one. Thanks for joining as always. That is appreciated. All right, let me look again here. I don't want to get too light too fast with this. So here, we're going to come back to our phthalo again. All right, Grim, you have a good one. Walking the dog. There, we'll see you in a bit. The dog is going to be looking for squirrels, looking for the squirrel. Where's the squirrel? What we're looking for is almost creating a bit of a diamond shape here. And then we've got our light dot that goes in the center of that too. We might even start to get the impression of that here as well. See how we're stippling that on? Also, this paint has more liquid in it. We can get away with that because, well, that paint underneath there is pretty darn dry. We're also going to zoom in a little bit for you. So right there, I was using the exact same camera control that I was just talking about. Just a very simple Logitech control panel. That's what lets me do all the film noir stuff. That's what lets me do the zooming in. I could move this around a little bit too. So if I need to, I could do something like this and actually move her down just a smidge. It's one easy way of staying on camera. That's another bugaboo, right, for a lot of streamers, is staying on camera, or in the frame at least. So again, building up this pattern little by little here. Just like our other Galadriel. That needs to be moved down a bit. And of course, the sweet thing about the oils, we don't like something, we just wipe it away and we start up again. So the setup was using an old camcorder. I know that some folks have used their phone. I know that Stila was using her phone. I think she still might even use her phone, at least as her palette camera. And when it comes to maybe streaming larger stuff or maybe even a game of Lord of the Rings or something like that, I might just use the phone to stream that. Obviously, I would not have my usual sounds and graphics and everything, but then, like I've been telling people, I'm not quite so sure I would want those if I'm trying to play a game or something, or if I'm trying to paint a giant piece of terrain or a big landscape or something. I don't necessarily want all the extra graphics on the screen. So I don't know if that's going to work. We'll try it when we get the new phone and see what happens. So if there comes a point over the fall or during the early winter or something like that where you see me with no graphics or whatever and I'm going live, you know that I'm trying to stream with the phone. So Chaos, I think you've heard us talking about the magnifier light that I'm using now, which has been a huge find. I've been searching for just this type of magnifier light for years. Also, to all the little tiny USB lights that I've got, and Landress can attest to this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are seven. There are 7 lights. There are not 4 lights. There are 7 lights. Now, it'll be interesting, Legion of Grey, to see if that new phone, which is, it's all 5G and everything, we'll see what that does when it comes to trying to stream on it. It could fail horribly. It could absolutely, totally fail. Or it could, who knows, maybe it actually works. Or it could be somewhere in between. It could be any one of those things. So we've got our, at least the start of our lacy pattern there. There we go. So there's basically 2 lights coming from above in 2 different directions, and then there's 3, 4 lights that are sort of coming from not quite the side of the miniature, but close enough to it. And you thought that stuff was light. Not quite as light as that. So see, now we're going to start to lighten up some of our pattern here. And I'm going to make sure I keep going back to that brilliant yellow pale. And this is not even, we could go lighter than this. I haven't touched any white. I don't think we want these to be quite so light. Also, I do believe this paint's going to have to be thicker. Why? Because what have we just been doing? We've been painting a lot of stuff with thinner in it. We want the paint to stick, right? This better be thicker. Easy enough to do that with something that has white in it like this. So yeah, I'm glad I did this. It's going to give a little bit of a connection to the other one. I mean, it's not like this was difficult or anything. It should be really fun to see the two of these side by side. We'll do that again here now that we've again got our, yeah. So a little bit of a cohesiveness between the two. And once again, we're still not even at 3 hours yet. And that also includes the base too. We've been painting that base. Do I want to? I just might mess around with this right here. I just want to see what happens when I do grab a little bit of my white here. Because perhaps some of these along the top edge where more light, for whatever reason, might be hitting it. Let me make those a little lighter here. Now the nice thing is that all of the lights that I have, they can all be dimmed. So those 7 lights, there might be times where I don't want any light coming from this direction. I don't want light coming from that direction. It happens all the time on sculpting videos, especially with the basing. Because sometimes there's just too much light and it burns everything out, especially if what you're doing has a lot of white in it. Well, like the sculpey bases do. So there's times where I'll be turning off a good portion of the lights. Or at least turning them down. So again, a nice option for you to have. The ability to just dim every single light coming from every single direction. Aussie, that is no doubt now. So this is one of the Princeton brushes, right? That's a spotter. That thing is totally destroyed. It's been used about 1/10 of as much as this has, and this spotter is almost like it was at the start, and the spotter brush is pretty much destroyed. So that right there, you can't get much more conclusive evidence than that. There is no doubt about it, which is why the spotter brushes are gonna not just take a back seat. They're taking the next flight out of town. So the spotter brushes going away. Again, they were just a stopgap anyway. The only reason I ended up with those was because of the trying to find substitutes for the quad zero brushes. And just in general, the Cotman brushes that I normally use, like the Cotman liner brushes, those were also kind of out of stock. I had problems getting those. And of course, the best ability is always availability. I was surprised, I thought it was possible that, it could be a little bit beat up, but it just got wiped out even faster than I thought it could. So we won't be using those anymore. That's just kind of bad money after worse money. Or worse money after bad, I guess that would be the expression. No matter what, we don't have the shillings to expend on that kind of stuff. Let's see if we can't connect the dots. Yeah, see what we did there? That is most definitely linguistic aluminum foil right there. Not quite linguistic gold. The nice thing is that I can actually change that. Originally I wanted the apex of that line up there, but I just moved it to a different spot. Also, thinner. There's a little bit of liquid, I'd have to say, on this brush, just to thin things down, because all the paint that's on here is, well, it's relatively dry, so it should stick nicely, and it certainly is. And remember, we'll be taking our blending brush to do what we did over here. Back to adding some more of our little dots here. As light as this looks, we are actually going to be adding a lighter color to this. Remember I was saying I didn't want this to get too dark or too light because we had to, because I was like adding more lights to this, more lights. You know what, I better stop. Better stop adding those lights, because otherwise, at a certain point, you'll just never see that. Doesn't matter how light you make this. If there's no darks behind it, you're just not going to see it. And the Compton liner brushes, those were always fine. I used those for years and years and years. You can see, you just look at the old painting pyramid videos, and well, you don't even have to look at some of the older regular Patreon videos. You'll see me using those liner brushes all the time. Absolutely love those. So goes to Brother Rockwell. The Princeton Velvet Touch liner brushes, they pretty much passed all of the tests, especially the latest test, which can only be done through using them over and over and over again. Now, they're not going to last forever. Well, at least not at the rate that I use them. You know, if they last this long for me, as someone who paints 10, 12, 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, think of how long they're going to last for you. So that's orders of magnitude more use that you guys will get out of them, just because, well, I'm just going to throw it out there that most of you probably aren't painting that much every day. I could be wrong, but something tells me that there's not a lot of folks there in the chat painting at that kind of rate on a daily basis, 7 days a week, 365. So you can almost quadruple the amount of use for yourself that I'm getting out of them. All right, where's my next line going to be? I'm going to say it right here. Now I'm just going to do that here. It's good enough. We'll bring it all the way back along her sleeve here. Blending brush time. And this is where we fade this a little bit. This is the other thing you can't do with the acrylics. Believe me, tried. Where you have some freehand where you say, yeah, boy, I really wish that could be a little bit softer, a little bit just more subdued. The only way to maybe try and do it is do some kind of glaze over the top of it, which means you're going to wipe out all the stuff that you're glazing over that's not part of your freehand. Whereas here, I just said, yeah, I'm just going to take a little bit of that away. Boom, done. Now we need to fill in some of the rest of the pattern here. Our little inset in each of our squares. It's a positive spin to never getting enough time to paint. So in perfect ideal, you're a brush preservationist there. So in perfect ideal, are you going to have to make yourself a T-shirt that has just a big picture of a whole bunch of primed miniatures with no paint on them, and then you have a whole bunch of brushes in the same image, and you just say, I'm not anti-painting, I'm just a brush preservationist? There you go. That'll be your next T-shirt right there. You can wear that to wear that to the game store. You can say, don't hate me, Ah, thanks, Clover. Here, I'll show you our Schmeladriel from last week. Where's she at? There she is. So heck, I think we'll maybe even try and do the same pattern from here, but that's been very fun. And of course, she just looks a little bit different here. You know, a certain person might have a ring that might have been given to a troll, which now might be in somebody else's possession. I don't know. Who knows? Galadriel professes that she does not have said ring. What's funny is I'm almost certain, I could be wrong, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that the printing goes ever on makes the Dark Galadriel figure in regular size. Yeah, I know they do. They definitely make Dark Galadriel in the regular size. So we'll have to paint up one of the, well, of course we can always grab this one. The other one, that's got to go to its forever home, unfortunately. But we can always print up another one. So that way we have our other Galadriel. But needless to say, I have at least 3 other Galadriels to paint just for the regular Lord of the Rings game. So we'll certainly have other Galadriels. Hey, Terror Shard, how you doing? Hopefully your Monday was not filled with too much Monday. There was a lot of Monday for some folks. Hopefully you have a little bit less. We're having obviously some fun with the printing goes ever on Dark Schmeladriel here. And here's the base that she goes on. There's a couple little holes right there. You can see them. There's 2 pins here in her dress, and that's where they stick, because she's actually just floating on this thing. Tear Shirt, sorry that the Monday was not that spectacular. There was that seems to be kind of the theme for a lot of folks in the chat. Monday was not super fun, or in some cases it was really not super fun. Let's see, so bad after work we went on a field trip to Hobby Lobby. Oh, a newly opened one. I'm trying to think the last time I've stepped in any kind of a store other than a grocery store down the street. It's got to be years now. So Terra Shard, that's why we always talk about Dick Blick, because they are pretty much, they're always on sale on Dick Blick. They're constantly on sale. That's where I've gotten all of my paints that I use. All these brushes. There are some things like, well, the wooden plaque, that probably came from Hobby Lobby, and my Sculpey tends to come from there. Obviously, the craft brushes, the One True brushes come from there. But when it comes to paint, I really don't even bother looking elsewhere, except just Dick Blick. Yeah, Terra Shard, I can imagine. It's been so long since I've been in anywhere where you could just do something like that, right? You see something on a shelf and you can actually grab it and put it in your hand. And that kind of goes even before all of the craziness started because, well, first of all, 12% sales tax. Second of all of the art stores around me, if there are any, they're not of the greatest quality, to say the least. They won't have any of the stuff anyways, or it'll be destroyed before we even get to it. And then there's the time. It takes me a couple of seconds to get some new stuff on Dick Blick, and then I got more time for doing all the painting, which is important, of course. it would be nice to just kind of see things on the shelf, and again, not sure when that's going to happen again. All right, we're proceeding along here with our freehand designs. Let's see. So, not going back to the office. Well, Terra Shard, is it because of all the back and forth? Because even here, there's a lot of basically roll a d20, and this is happening today. You roll a d20, that's happening tomorrow, and it's pretty difficult to make any kind of long-term plans at all. I'm certainly not. Okay, Legion of Grey. Well, thank you so much. It's got to be, well, it's really late there. But thanks so much, Legion of Grey. You have a good one. I appreciate that. Trying to remind myself. Yeah, so Imperfect Ideal. I mean, I'd still be using those right now if it wasn't just for these other ones being more efficient. So yeah, it's not like we would, they're horrible or something like that. Just these are more efficient. And I can only imagine that there's a lot of companies going, how much cost did we also save here by not having these kind of buildings and all that other sort of stuff? So we were speculating 2 years ago what kind of impact that might have. But Legion of Grey, hopefully you can join us on the Thursday stream. And well, the plan is anyway to be painting the Balrog versus Gandalf. Yeah, that's the plan at least. But Imperfect, yeah, like I said, I'd still be using some of the starter set colors. I'll probably be using those on terrain because I'm not going to use my regular good paints on terrain. So you might, who knows, Imperfect, you might be seeing those old like yellow ochre and all those colors again. Yeah, you'll probably be totally shocked to see those again. Now we're doing a little bit of brushstroke maintenance right there. Oh, Imperfect. Oh, you got the, wow, we certainly made good use of the Perlene Black here, didn't we? And Indigo, well, and Terra Rosa. So Imperfect Ideal. Well, here, let's take a quick look. Wait a minute. Prussian Blue. That was probably like a Series 2, I'm guessing. Yeah, see, it's only a Series 2, so fortunately not expensive. I think even in Williamsburg, the Indian Yellow was only a Series, well, it was a Series 3, but you could get like the Gamlin or the Windsor Newton Indian Yellow. I mean, would it be nice to have the Williamsburg? Oh, sure. But like it's not super vital. Yeah, Tara shirt. I can see that definitely being a bit of a, what would you say, a cultural shift for sure. Definitely a culture shock. I've been self-employed for so long that I've forgotten. Let's see. Well, it's been a while since we used to ride the bus and the train going downtown. We'll leave it that way. Altera shirt. Hopefully that's something that you'll be able to snag via Dick Blick. Get your hands on the wonders of Terra Rosa. Just an amazing color. I mean, we certainly made good use of it here. So we got a little bit difference in the skin tones there, but guess what? Still Terra Rosa. Still a decent amount of Terra Rosa in each. Where's my, here we go. I have to figure out what we're doing here on the finger. I don't want to bring these out too much because there were a number of the support dots on these guys. Tried to do what I could with them, but whatever. See if I can't maybe lighten up her sleeve here now that I'm looking at this. Yeah. There's a little bit of a fold right there, looks like. Let's see. Oh, Lord Dave. Hey, Lord Dave. Boy, we were just, I was just, Grey Wolf was here, and we were talking about your nifty diorama. And, yeah, now I can actually tell you. I was going to just tell you in the post there, but having, gosh, what was it, 3 years of judging stuff at ReaperCon, and of course, our category was the dioramas. You're talking about if there was 20 dioramas there, there was maybe one that actually qualified as a diorama as far as any kind of a story whatsoever. So it was really, really cool to see that. I knew you had that big story for it, right? But it was really cool to actually see that play out. Now, did it? Obviously, you have your vision of what you want it to be. What would you say? Was it 70% of your vision, 80% of what you originally thought of? So yeah, Tira Shard, I know there was some folks that was pretty much, well, it was the highlight of their day was the after work stuff. Of course, they did rack up about $2,300 a month in, shall we say, expenses. So I'm sure they probably saved a little bit of money because of that. So about 80. Wow, Lord Dave, that's fantastic. Because I'll tell people if you get 65 or 70% of your original vision, you're definitely cooking with dynamite. Because, of course, why not dynamite? Fishing with dynamite is super handy. Fishing with dynamite is pretty much as efficient as painting with the oils. Lots of work that you don't have to do. You just let the dynamite do the work for you, just like we let the oils do the work for us here. And now, of course, you might have a few fish left over. There might be some other fish you weren't necessarily interested in the first place, but well, the birds can feast on first feast on that stuff. And we're just gonna leave some of that so again set back in the dark. And of course, it was fun to have our freehand there. Let me see if we want to do that. Let's just take a look here, a little peek at our Schmaladriel. And see if we want to try and mess around with something along the bottom of this here. So Bloody Rusty Studio is gonna do the so there's what? There's fly casting. This is more like depth charge casting. Yes, depth charge fishing. So there you go. We're gonna do the same thing here. I think we're just gonna take some position, some dots along here, and that's gonna here. I'm gonna also move. Whoops, this way. And I'm just gonna back out a little bit. There we go, and then we can move up this way a little more. There we go. Now let's see. A nice old fish fry and feed it. Yeah. Well, let's see. How does that phrase goes? You give a man a fish and he eats for a day. You give a man some dynamite and he can feed an entire town in 5 minutes. I'm pretty sure that's pretty much how the original version was written. Of course, over the course of many centuries and different translations and different versions, you lose the feel of the original. So I'm pretty sure that fishing with dynamite was in the original thing. You know, you need to feed 5,000 people really quick. Couple of depth charges into the lake or the whatever, and you got yourself lots of fixins for a big crowd. And oh, looks like Lord Dave has a link to the to some Instagram of his latest project there. Of course, now we have to turn that into some kind of a Book of Wapple thing. With, just enjoying that comparison. Of course, you know, oils to dynamite. We have to find some way of turning that into a Book of Wapple. Here, why don't we... We're getting close to where we need to start connecting our dots. What I'm going to do here is we're doing a little bit of a cheaty thing. Since this is going to get kind of smushed over here because of that fold, we're going to just do a little bit of cheating right there. Yeah. All right, so we have our dots position. Same thing that we did here, right? Well, Terra Shard, that's where you move on to the next lake. You move on to the next lake or pond. You proceed to fish over there. Then you move to the next lake or pond. And of course, if you're doing that in the Great Lakes, that's got what, like 20% of the world's fresh water right there. So you should have plenty of fish in there. I mean, it should take at least a week or so before you use up the Great Lakes resource. It's also a way to get rid of invasive species, right? You got invasive species. You get rid of all the species, there's no more invasive species. Then you can just kind of start from scratch. Now I'm not quite sure what we want to do here. If it's going to be exactly like what we did on the other one. Yeah, Bithron, you are stimulating the economy for fisheries everywhere, like fish farms, right, Bithron? You're supporting fish farms if you're doing that. Let me see, did I just see? Here we go. Hey, Flight Sim, how you doing? Now, of course, we were talking about the one true brush earlier. Where's our, yeah, so, you know, here's where they start, right? Kind of pristine with a nice point. Then they kind of almost enter, now they're almost entering a makeup brush type of a phase. Look at that. That's literally the same brush. Now, the current ones obviously have the lighter color or the gray handles on them. Now, let me see if I can find our other one. Oh, there they are. There's the rest of them there. Yeah. Then they really start to get kind of beat up like this, right? We've actually cut that down. Now it's sort of got a flat edge right there. So it's almost like a very long filbert brush. Then they get, well, look at this. You're losing paint on the handle. When they get really destroyed, oh, look at this. I cut it at an angle. It's a spatter brush, stippling brush. Well, what's that good for? Well, that's good for vehicles, right? Spattering mud and doing the chipping. It's like, please get me out of here. This thing has rivets and tons of sand on the inside. Get me out of here. Our mighty Italian tank of the desert there. But, you know, no matter what form it takes, no matter what color the handle is, the original handles were green, then they went to blue, then they went to red. But ultimately, no matter what, it ends up just being the one true brush. So worship the one true brush, use the one true brush, always begin with the one true brush. All right, Megan, you have a good one. Thanks so much for hanging out as long as you could here. Let's get a little bit of a comparison of our two Schmaladriels there. Look at that. There we go. Let's see. So Pendrake, that's what I was thinking of. Oh, it's the other one. What are the leaping carp or whatever those are? What the heck are those fish that literally just jump into people's boats? Well, you're solving. That's like a health crisis right there. people are getting knocked out by those fish just flying out of the water, those flying carp or whatever the heck they call them. So you're also doing some really good environmental work, and you're supporting fisheries. So yeah, I think that works out really well. So Bloody Rusty Studio, that's a Loot Studios figure. That's a 75 mil, and this one is a 72. Also, her feet add about maybe 4 or 5 millimeters, so you can't see those. So her feet actually go down to about here. So M2 fishing, I like that. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. So we have, see, look at all these different ways. It's business. It makes good sense from a business standpoint, environmental, a safety standpoint. Getting rid of all those crazy flying carp or leaping carp or whatever the heck they call those things. Seriously, just do a Google on the Chicago River and leaping carp or something like that, and you see those things. You get like a 20-pound fish jumping out of the water, landing on your head. That's gonna leave a mark. All right, Queez, you have a good one too. So Queez and Megan, thank you so much for hanging out as long as you could. I know it's getting late there, and it's also a work day, so I appreciate that. And also to Bloody Rusty Studio, one company's 35 mil is another company's 40 mil is another company's 28 mil, because Loot Studios, they're 32 millimeter figures. There's some folks that would say they're more like 20 millimeter. They are absolutely tiny. And of course, Lord of the Rings is supposed to be 28 millimeter scale, but that's your sort of 28 millimeter true scale. So they are right tiny. So even near Louisville, you can have, what are they called? Are they called leaping carp or flying carp or something like that? What the heck are those things called? Of course, now with all the rain and everything like that, most of those are just getting washed out to sea, I think. So yeah, the Lord of the Rings figures are definitely much smaller. Then you've got the Song of Ice and Fire miniatures, which are gargantuan, and they'll usually call those 35s, but they're closer to 40 mil. Then you get into bolt action and it gets even more tricksy, because now you've got 1/50th scale miniatures and 1/48 scale vehicles, or no, 1/50th scale vehicles and 1/48 scale miniatures. Flying carp. Okay, it's literally been years since I've even thought about those things. And Arda Michaels says that you can get those walking down the street. So wear your helmet, folks. Always wear your helmet. If you're walking outside, you never know when you're going to get hit by a flying carp these days. And Lord Dave, isn't it something where people, they don't like the taste of them or whatever? Nobody will eat them. They're practically like jumping in your boat to get eaten, but nobody will eat them. Is that sort of a statement on humans right there? That the fish are literally jumping into the boat, asking to be eaten, but yet you won't grant them their wish? Hey, TJ, how are you doing? So Flight Sim, that doesn't really surprise me given how much that 8-inch tall guy is here. And of course, for you guys, the markup is about 7,000% maybe. So that actually doesn't surprise me at all. I don't remember what that thing is here in US dollars. Had no plans on one of those. But I could definitely see it being about that much in your currency. So yeah, Flight Sim, that's really nuts, right? I mean, but I guess there's still people that'll buy it. Well, there's definitely, I know people, they would just kind of look at that and go, all right, whatever, I don't care. And for those of us that would look at that and go, huh? we we don't have that kind of scratch sitting around, do we? As we got Elcidays in here too. Lord Dave says some folks call it the Ohio River. He just calls it the River Styx. All right, what we will do, we'll do our little diamondy shape here. So TJ, hope you're doing well. We're having some fun with our other Schmaladriel here. This one is from the Printing Goes Ever On. And Flight Sim, that is, well, any kind of 3D sculpt or digital sculptor or 3D printing agency or whatever, or Patreon, they say, well, that's fine. We'll make you something that you can use for not 550 bucks Australian. Again, we're gonna try and get that little bit of a curved pattern there on our freehand. And of course, this is not the lightest it can go. We can certainly go lighter than this. Let's see, Grim, the internet says it's tasty fish. Yeah, Grim, unfortunately, around here there's tons of them, but nobody will eat them. Nobody will eat the thing. I think because it's just kind of labeled as invasive species instead of just kind of touting it as a super luxurious delicacy or something like that. But they kind of, I think they just sort of they sort of step on the headline by calling it just an invasive species instead of calling it a self-fishing delicacy. It literally fishes itself. So Ulcidays had your second Middle-earth game, and it was the first scenario. So it's not the first scenario from the matched play, right? It's the regular first scenario. So Ulcidays, what was the matchup? What was the matchup, and what were some of the key critical moments? Were there any really nifty sort of hero fights, heroic combats, or anything like that? Because those are always fun. Now remember, we can take our blending brush to this and we can tone some of this down. That means that when we come in with our brighter colors later, it has more of an impact. It looks really light here only because we made sure there was some decent darks already in place. And well, also days, I think you heard the news about the 2 new source books, not just one. Now, of course, the order is a little bit different than I would have liked, but there is a new book now. Don't know when that's coming out, but it's all about Dol Guldur. Pretty much the rise and fall of Dol Guldur, and then the War in the North book is confirmed. It's going to happen. I think it's called Defense of the North. So Riders of Rohan versus Orcs. So also days, were you making use of your throwing spears? And I guess we're doing the chucking those into combat. look at this. I think we'll let that go maybe all the way down to the edge. Thank you so much, Minimancer. I appreciate that. After doing that one on Monday, I just I've been waiting to do this one. So again, this is the one from The Printing Goes Ever On, and it just seemed to make a lot of sense, right? So this one is from Loot Studios here, and actually I just put up the shortened version of this on YouTube. It mostly focuses on some of the skin tones and then the lace that we're doing there. And of course we now have the same lace pattern on our Dark Galadriel. So also days, I am delirious about the new Witch King miniatures because the old ones are fail cast. This was the only one that was even partially usable as fail cast. The one on horseback is just absolutely atrocious. So yeah, the bendy sword, the no details, and then of course look at your horsey's hooves there that are bent in two different directions. I mean, it is, and that's one of the better fail casts. So I am all, and it's a plastic one that you can do multiple setups on, right? So, hey, I'm all good for that new Witch King. So Flight Sim, hopefully all the airbrush stuff has been behaving. I know that you've had to come up with a few solutions for some airbrush, pesky airbrush things over the last month or so. Now I'm just going to let those extend all the way down to the end here. Now, I don't think I'm going to try and take this thing off of here and stick it on the base just yet. We'll just let this thing dry first, I believe. Let's see, try to get GW's metal instead of the resin. Yeah, so fortunately, yeah, Bloody Rusty Studio, it's a new plastic kit. It's along the same lines as, say, your Saruman and your Gandalf, your Eomer, where you got the mounted figure, and then you also have the unmounted, again in plastic, and you have some options. You can have them with the mace or with the flail, or you can have them just with the Morgul blade, or you can have them with the sword. You can have them with the crown of Morgul, not with the crown of Morgul. The throwing spears, definitely a yes, indeed. That's no doubt about those pesky throwing spears. Do you have a limited quantity of throwing spears? Do you have a recommend a site to see other armies? Well, Elcidae's probably one of the cheaper armies to get into, just because of all the plastic sets, would be a Gondor army, because you could either go straight up Gondor, right, with just the Minas Tirith guys, or you can have some of the fiefdoms. So like the Knights of Dol Amroth, they're in plastic. You could also go with, say, Galadrim elves if you're wanting that super high fight skill. Let me see. And I think I'm trying to get caught up here. Yeah, Bloody Rusty Studio, well, fortunately, it's a little bit better than it was before, but little is little. It's a little bit better than it was before because well, I'm sure all that Men of Dale stuff, and of course, you're speaking of Dol Guldur, the 9 of Dol Guldur, that's all Forge World stuff. And of course, the terrain stuff they're talking about, I'm sure that's Forge World terrain. I wouldn't even touch that stuff. First of all, it would be real easy to make myself. Second of all, it's going to cost a ton. And like you say, it's going to be Forge World resin. So yeah, that's a little extra hassle I don't need. So yeah, and Alcides, of course, that comes in the starter set, right? Your Witch King on Fellbeast. I think another army that could be interesting for you would be an Angmar army. You don't necessarily have to spend a ton of money on that. There's other figures that you could use for things like the whites, the barrel whites, and some of the spooky stuff like the shades. And then at the same time, there's plastic wargs, so you could do that. And you can also ally things. I would always stick with a natural alliance instead of one of those impossible alliances or allies of convenience, because that way you get to hang on to your army bonuses. And of course, with Rohan, once you start getting into some of the heroes, that really creates a whole different dynamic. Once you have things like Aomir and Theoden, there's a lot of interaction between them, which is nice. So that's really cool, kind of having that interaction between them. So what we'll do is we'll keep doing this, then we got to take our blending brush and we'll tone some of this down, then we can get some of our lighter colors into it. Because, yeah, this is not the lightest we can do. Now, of course, there's several different types of ring rate. There's just your regular standard ring race, but you also have some of the named ones. Of course, my favorite is always going to be Amdur, or not, sorry, Kamul the Easterling. But things like the Shadow Lord or the Tainted or the Undying, those guys can really change your army around. No doubt about that. So we're just going all along the edge here of the dress. It's going to be slightly, like I said, slightly different than the other one. I mean, you have one dress that's very much, spread out, and then you have this one not quite the same. So, and of course we were able to mimic that quite nicely. So it's not like they're both going to be exactly the same. Her sleeves are done differently as far as just the sculpting goes, because, well, it's two different folks, right? Again, we're making sure we have a decent amount of thinner on that brush, because this stuff is, well, we dry brushed it all on, right? Pretty much all of that paint is dry brushed or blended after being dry brushed. So we can certainly get away with plenty of liquid on that. Yeah, Steelhead, the fail cast stuff, they said it was supposed to be cheaper and better, and it was way more expensive, and it was 1,000 times worse. And of course, Lord of the Rings was especially harmed by the fail cast stuff. That's why I did all of my Easterling heroes just by taking the regular cataphracts and turning them into the War Priest, Amdur, and the Dragon Knight. Let's see. I wish Instagram allow people to do like Instagram and save a post to look at later. Oh, thanks so much, Tukale. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, and Tukale on Thursday, the plan is anyway for that 2D art stream is to paint Gandalf versus the Balrog at the bridge there at Khazad-dûm. So that should be really fun. The more I watch this, I want to paint. Oh, the December keyboard stuff from Malifaux. So, actually, Lady Rusty Studio, I did take the Galadriel one, and I just took about the first 2 hours and 10 minutes or so. That's on YouTube right now. So that has all the lace stuff, especially on the sleeves. And of course, we save these all as highlights. So it's sort of like a YouTube channel. The unfortunate thing is you can't just search by names of stuff, right? You have to basically search by date. That's the one thing I wish they had, but I'm pretty sure that Twitch doesn't even think people try and utilize their highlights that way. Well, Tukalate, what I'm looking forward to is being able to paint some really large backdrops for some of our battle reports. That's in some ways that's what the 2D art streams are. They're sort of practice for that. But then they also are a really good way to show people how painting the 2D stuff, the principles are the same, whether it's 2D or whether it's a miniature. The principles are very similar. Well, not very similar, they're basically the same. Yeah, so Bloody Rusty Studio, basically what happens is, here, let me grab my blending brush and we'll do some of that toning down here that we were just talking about. So the VOD lasts for 2 weeks. So figure around 2 weeks after today. So what is this, August 23rd? So sometime in early September, that's when I turn this into a highlight and then it becomes permanent. See how that softens that up just a little bit right there? So if it's something that I painted on June 15th or whatever, it'll pretty much become a highlight by about June 28th or so. But fortunately, there's a thumbnail. So anything that I've painted, you can actually just see it in the thumbnail. So if you don't remember what it was called or whatever, you can just kind of scroll through all the past sessions and boom, you'll see yourself at Dark Galadriel. See how that's all softened up there? And it's the same stippling that we were doing with our smaller brush and the more opaque color. Here we're just basically taking a brush that has no paint on it, doing the stipple with it, like so. Bam. There, and now we can come in with some of our lighter colors, or we can try and extend some of this stuff up a little bit, but I think I might just leave it for now anyways, the way it is. So get after this with some of our brilliant yellow pale. Still some of the green though. And what should happen is we should have ourselves a, look at that, much lighter. And now we're just gonna try and get a few finer dots here in our pattern. This is even thinner. And keep in mind with the oil paints, you can thin them, you can't dull them. Right, you can't dilute them. It's not like acrylic paint where you mix water with it and all of a sudden it becomes not just translucent, but it also really dilutes the color. That doesn't happen with oils. So if I got brilliant yellow pale now, it doesn't matter how much thinner I put in there, I still got brilliant yellow pale. It might just run all over the place, but it's still brilliant yellow pale, which also makes it real super handy for things like the object source lighting when I need to get like on a skull and I need to have those eyes be super bright. All I do is just essentially a pin line wash of brilliant yellow pale and bam. Now this one I might not lighten that up so much because it is supposed to be in shadow. This one, kind of the opposite. We might brighten that one up a bit more. Actually, wait a minute. Let me change a little something there. Okay, back to our Lighten it, but just doing a few more clearly defined dots there. We'll have to extend this out to the edge of the dress. So I think you can see now why we went in there and softened that, so that when I put this stuff on top, it just has a little more depth to it, right? That's what kind of gives it the lacy look. Instead of having to draw every last little dot in there, which would just be way too much. And by the way, all of this stuff, including painting the base, is 3 hours 45 minutes. So again, yay oils, freehand, all this stuff, plus the base, 3 hours 45 minutes. I think some folk, for me, it's kind of a matter of survival. Time is most definitely money, but then for regular folks, how much time do you actually get to paint miniatures? Maybe if you're lucky, 2 hours a day, maybe 2 hours a week, which means painting faster is pretty much just as important as it is for me, and it's the same for you. Ah, look at that. See? Really shows up now. So you guys need to be able to get stuff done at a quicker pace, mostly because you don't get the painting time. I'm sure some folks, maybe they're a little bit more fortunate. They can pretty much paint whenever they want, for however long they want, but something tells me that's not most people. Yeah, we're going to throw a couple of dots here and then one right there. So Aaron Banel, there's your separation that's going to happen, but it's I know I always use that comparison of an actual steak versus a hot dog. The hot dog just has tons of filler in it, so you're not going to have the color intensity for one thing. You won't get the coverage. It's going to tend to be more glossy and shiny. It's going to tend to not have, we always refer to it as grip. So this paint grips really well. This is the Williamsburg yellow. If it's a cheaper, nastier paint, it's probably not going to have that same grip to it. And you'll probably just be going through more of it because there's just less in there. I mean, it might be a 21 or whatever. It might even be a 37 milliliter tube, but you're just going to go through it faster because there's just less actual paint in there. So Bloody Rusty Studio, that was you up until my enrollment in Job Corps. Now I'm in meetings and on the phone with instructors every morning for about 5-ish hours or so. And it's probably a little bit difficult to be painting miniatures on that Zoom call. Now, of course, yeah, you could be prepping miniatures. They're like, why are you always looking down? But who knows? Just don't ever yell or anything like that when you get nabbed by the file or by your X-Acto knife. And then they'll never know. They'll never know what was going on. All right, now we got to get some of our same light bits here. It's essentially 3 dots and kind of a diamond shape here. Hey, Dano, how the heck are you doing? So, Dano, we'll get you the other one so you can see both side by side before we have to get in on that next call. So this is the Printing Goes Ever On, Dark Galadriel here. And there's the one we did on Monday. So we're trying to make some elements of it similar, like the freehand that we did on the sleeves. We're doing a little bit of the stuff on the dress too, just for funsies, right? Oh, it is last time you had the lace stream going while they were talking in the meeting. Well, I'm guessing that what they were talking about in that meeting probably not the most energizing stuff in the world, right? We could pretty much be painting the shoes on 100 Moria goblins, and it would probably be a little bit more interesting than dealing with that. So Aaron Banel, I still have a bunch of the starter stuff, right? And I fully intend to use that on terrain or just other things where I say, I don't want to use my limited resources of the really high quality stuff, so I'm just going to use this instead. Actually, Dano, that's not a problem because, oh, you mean the 10-1. Okay. Uh, actually, Kathy, I think she kind of prefers the ones. I would always, well, it's a little different numbering system, but I think those are a little bit thicker than these, maybe just slightly thicker. Get back to our lights on these couple guys down here. And then we've got this row that we want to do over here. Start off in the center. Like so. So it's probably, maybe, I think it's probably the 10-1 because the 10-0, I think that indicates the thickness of the set of bristles there. How wide that ferrule is going to be. Let's see. Oh, we have a bunch of GW paint that need to be used to. Oh yeah, Aaron Banel. Gosh, who was it? Was it somebody that got the Optile or they got some other oils or whatever? Or no, that I think it was Deuce or something like that. He took a whole bunch of his acrylic paints and he just dumped them into, he's like anything that was brown, and he just sort of dumped it into one big container to make terrain paint out of it. So he had like big jars of whatever, big empty jars, and then he just kind of took all of the brown acrylic paint that he didn't really want anymore and just essentially made his own craft paints out of it. Oh, amateur paint there. That's good. Yeah, get some folks started there. Because yeah, if you've never done it before, that's another one of the intimidating things is, well, what do you buy and how much do you spend and stuff. So that kind of removes that mystery. About basic workplace ethics, but okay. Well, yeah, Dano, as long as they've got the, I mean, was this the 18-0? Yeah, this is the 18-0 right here. As long as they got that length to the bristles, that's the big thing, because we won't be using the spotters anymore. It just doesn't matter what you get. It's one of the reasons we never got them in the first place. The only reason we had them is because of the whole weird thing with the supply chain issue, and we ended up with more of the spotters. So 10-0. That's good, Dano. That's like a gateway drug, right? Amateur paint hour. So yeah, Dano, I have a couple of 10-0s. In fact, we were using a 10-0 a fair amount on this one too. Okay. I think we've almost worked our way all the way back across here on this thing. Ah, well, glad Dan, that you're able to get those 10-0s. Now, of course, I've tried some of these with the acrylics, and it just immediately I can see the paint starting to dry inside the ferrule, and the brush is acting differently than it does with the oils because, well, as we know, the oils basically make your brush smaller, right? I can get much tighter, smaller shapes with the brush with the oil paints because it kind of, well, oil is thinner than water anyways, but it also acts like that conditioner we talk about. So if you have a brush that's kind of beat up, maybe not quite perfect, the oils are going to love it. Dano, that's that wonderful kind of snap. It's almost like the plastic spoons that we used to use in the high school cafeteria, which they banned. Yeah, they were strong enough, but they were flexible enough that they could probably hurl a pre-moistened gummy bear a good 15 yards or so. Yes, a lot of things got outlawed at our high school. Gummy bears were the first thing, plastic spoons were the other. Oh, they have the open ones too. But yeah, it's definitely nice for them to be able to have that kind of get started, right? Okay, what are we going to do on the interiors of these? Do we try the same shape there? We do something maybe a little bit different. So Grim at 110 would be, yeah, that's definitely opposite world, right? Right, Grim? So yeah, the plastic spoons, those were outlawed because they were used as catapults. Gummy bears were outlawed when people found that all you had to do was lick them a couple times and they would pretty much stick to just about anything, including windows or projector lenses. So teacher would go to turn on that projector and you would see a gigantic shadowy gummy bear on the screen. So amateur paint hour, when you have when you got the all boys Catholic school going on and you got 1,200 teenage guys all trapped together in an enclosed environment like that, things are going to go wrong. But Bloody Rusty's, oh, rubber bands and paint. Oh, yeah, Bloody Rusty, that's, oh, yeah, those were very efficient weapons. Those were really efficient weapons. Yeah, you could, wow, you could get those things halfway across the library easily. All right, Dano. Yeah, you'll like the pre-glaze on this one. I think you'll like the pre-glaze on this one. It was pretty simple, but it really had dramatic effects on all the colors that came later. And then, of course, well, you thought it was bad. Queen of Peace, literally across the street from us, the all-girls Catholic school. We actually watched them disassemble a CTA bus from the inside out while it was moving. First, the books were flying out the windows. Then pieces of the bus were flying out the windows. And we just said, okay, you can just keep going. You don't have to stop at that corner. We'll just pass by them. All right, so, and Oh yeah, Grim. Definitely, people, if you want to go check out that link that Grim just posted there, he was kind enough to create sort of a place where people can discuss the oils and where creators can go in there too. So please go in there and check that out. That was, again, kind of Grim to take the time to set that up. Now, of course, at the Academy, where you had this kind of weird mixture of adults, much older adults coming back trying to expand on their education, and then kids like us pretty much right out of high school. Hence the ice cold coins that were put on the ledge and then, shall we say, dropped into the coin purse. I think you can see we're kind of doing these 4 dots here inside each one of our little patterns there. This is as basic and as simple to remember, just super easy. It's just a bunch of dots and the same kind of patterns over and over again. Yeah, I'm trying to think, was it a high school or was it at the academy? Where I think it must have been at high school where we did palette paintings, which I cannot confirm nor deny that some people would take their palette and then stick that on top of somebody else's painting. So let's just say it would make some immediate modifications to that painting with pretty much everything that was on their palette all at once. So see all these lovely little dots we've been making with our 18-0. There it is, your 18-0 liner from Princeton, the Velvet Touch. And yes, we can still go lighter with this. This is not our lightest light here. This is sort of our next step down. I'll turn this over just, oh, this is the other thing too. The advantage of the liner brushes is this is by no means the optical or optimal angle for me to paint at that, but I wanted you to be able to see it. But as you could see, it was literally painting it like this, like almost on its side. This brush could do that. And also I could do it, why? Because look where my hand is, not over here. Wait, we still got to add these guys over here yet. Oh yeah, that was also, yeah, there was definitely, I think there was a few other occasions that we talked about where things didn't quite go according to the way the authorities planned. So as crazy it is when you have all of those crazed kids just walking around in the hallways. Collect all of them together in the gym at one time for a big event. Things can go wrong in a really big hurry. Yes, like the mass they did when the bishop was there. No, the cardinal or something like that came to the school. I'm sure that's never happened since because they went around with the your holy water thing, and well, the end of that came off and flew up about 10 rows into the stands, which led to the chant of throw it back. And of course, the people would not throw it back. They kind of took possession of it. And then a little bit later on, a couple of individuals were fooling around with one of the heater grates or something like that, about 30 feet up the wall. And that thing fell off and made just a wee bit of a noise when that big piece of metal hit the ground 30 feet below. And about 200 people cleared out of the stands, and there was 2 guys left sitting in front of the hole, the very obvious hole where that heater cover used to be, because apparently there were some screws that weren't quite attached, and they were enterprising, and they spent about half of the time in that event undoing the screws. it did lead to some interesting results. Yes, and I'm sure that those events have been banned ever since. They just don't do those kind of gatherings, I'm guessing. I'm also guessing this is still part of that crown, so let's maybe get some of the lights on that. And then there was the decision we had to make about underneath the eyes, right? Do we have the eyes essentially casting a glow on the that upper eyelid? I don't know. I can always cover this up if we don't like it, but we got our 18-0 here. And let's just see what we can do right here. I see I either need to thin that down or thicken it. I'm going to thin it down, see what happens here. Ah, that's what, there we go. We just had to thin it down. That does give her a much more evil, crazed look right there. Yeah. I don't, maybe, I don't know, is that too much of the light color there? I'm going to add a little more here. I got the pearline black. I'm going to come back in here and take away just a smidge of the white we just put on here. That's good. Now this, any brush can be a blending brush. Could it be also one of our, could just be one of these right here. We'll just take this, and extend that over. Yeah, we soften that down just a smidge. Yeah, I'm not sure they ever got that the end of that holy water thing back. Of course, you did have, well, let's just say that was more like ancient Rome. If you want to know what ancient Rome was like, that's what it was like in our school. I want to see if I can get a couple of lights here on the ends of her lips, also on the chin here. Again, I would normally, like on our other one here, we would have in the recesses there, we would have the Fanchon red, maybe mixed with the Terra Rosa. Thanks, Kilvadia. So this is really fun. I do enjoy that pattern there, and we were able to pretty much extend that out over even where the dress kind of fanned out a little bit. So as you can tell, we sort of opened up the pattern here a little bit so that it worked its way around that fan. Now there's some of these I'm going to have to get my lighter color, like right in there. We'll have to go back in with the lighter color. But right now, what I want to do, see if I can't get some additional light here on the tops of the cheek. I can go lighter there, can I? And I'm just going to go back, get some fresh stuff here. That's the Terra Rosa, but with the white as opposed to the Brilliant Yellow Pale. Okay. That's the other. There's a couple of other places where I thought I could use some on the other parts of the top of her, yeah, of her upper lip there. And it's relatively thin down, I'd have to say. What about, I'm going to go back to my reference picture over here, see what they did with the end of her on her nose there. Did they No, that's actually kind of almost on the darker side. So, and what's weird is there was like a pair of shadows that go up this way, and we can't really do that on this one because it's got the crown, whereas the other Galadriel just has hair, no crown. The edge of this hair, need to sharpen that up a bit. There we go. And I think in between these fingers, I'll just take what the heck, we'll go with some of the green, some of the asphaltum here. It's the same color, Perlene Black and the asphaltum mix that we used on the hair initially. It's part of our pre-glaze for the hair. I'm going to see what happens if I also darken a couple of areas here. Yeah, alright, that's cool. And now maybe some of this darker green here. That might be too dark. But if you remember what we did on our pattern here, you can see that there's almost a little bit of like a shadow there in our pattern. Let's see if we can do that again here. And it's the same kind of stippling here. It's it's got a lot of our liquid in it. And what hopefully this does is it gives it a little bit of a three-dimensional look, like it's casting a bit of a shadow or something, maybe on fabric that's underneath it. Does it ultimately look that way? Maybe, maybe not. It just, to me, anyways, looks a little more interesting. I tried it on the other one. Wasn't sure if it was going to work the way I wanted. Was it exactly what I thought it would be? Not necessarily. But it seemed to work okay. So let's do some of that back here. And if I hold it just about this way, you should be able to see it there. Just that little bit, and then we'll have to get some of our lighter colors on those other dots that we did. So this is mostly the same Perlene Black that we used as our pre-glaze for a bunch of this. And where's our, here it is. So yeah, so this guy was pretty much the same Perlene Black, the same kind of pre-glaze that we did on this, but over the top of it, guess what, went some Fanchon red. So at Calvati, it should be very fun for the Thursday 2D art stream where we paint the Balrog versus Gandalf. Now, yeah, I don't know if I think was it last November, or was November the month of Shadow and Flame, or was it October? Because I think that's when we painted the Balrog. It's hard to believe that was 10 months ago. That's kind of crazy. That I would have thought that was more like 6 months ago, but no, the Balrog, it was a long time ago. Think of all the discoveries we've made since then. Heck, I don't even know, were we really doing all that much with the interference paints then? Think of all the changes. Now I'm going to take this and see if I can't solidify a few of my darker lines here in the hair. I mean, this is what we started with, the Perlene Black mixed with some of the asphaltum some of the brown matter. So that really created a very interesting if your folks are looking for almost like a nurgly, warmer, dark olive green, that could be something that works for you. Get Perlene black, just one of those really handy colors. Same way indigo is. So Grim, there's a, gosh, who makes those 3D, they're the STL files. There's a really giant Witch King. There's the really big Balrog. There's the really giant Gandalf bust too. Or are they 3D printed? I think there's 3D printing files, but they're obviously gigantic stuff, like you were saying. Something that you'd print out on a Mighty or a Saturn or one of those. So I don't know if that printer is gonna, that larger format printer I've been talking about. I think the person not really big on kind of paying attention to things. Thinks that they're just gonna, snag that large format printer and just, plug it in and just start printing terrain and big giant stuff. I have a feeling that he's gonna spend about 5 minutes with it. Probably say a few non-YouTube friendly words and just say, here, you take this stupid thing. So it is the 40th mint. Question is, do we want to remember the pattern that we had, or is there other Schmaladriel here? We could do that pattern down the back. Why not? First, it means a return to our phthalo green and brilliant yellow pale mix. Touch more of the Indian yellow in there to warm that up. And I think we'll start right about there. Just some little dots. Just give it an impression of some kind of a pattern there. Hey, Paint Miniatures. It's the exact same setup. It has, believe it or not, it hasn't changed. As far as the camera goes, it hasn't changed since we started streaming on Twitch. The only difference is that I have a new magnifier light, which I can actually have on because I can dim it to, 10 different levels. I had a magnifier light before, but it only had one light level, and that was basically to blind and blow out the camera, so I could never have that on. I have all my same surrounding lights, but the only difference is that magnifier light, and it was only 35 bucks. That is the amazing thing, is because all the other magnifying lights that I've been getting with dimmable things and all that were twice as much. And sadly, they had the gray bars of death. Fortunately, this one, not like that. Yeah, Bloody Rusty Studio, it is its own thing because you have to set up all the Chidu box stuff or Lychee, whatever, whichever one you use. You've got to re-level that printer all the time. Depending on what kind of resin you use, you might have to have some kind of fans or whatever. You have to cure the stuff. And that's if everything prints exactly according to plan. And that doesn't always happen. But actually, Paint Miniatures, that new light has made a huge difference even in my videos. Because it does allow, again, I can turn up this light, I can turn it down. So where the heck can I actually reach this thing here? Let me see if I can reach that. So I can add a little bit of light to it, but it doesn't really blow out the camera, or I can reduce the light like so. And that is really handy. Maybe I just cut it back down one more here. Aaron Bano, it's the magnifier, always use it. I used it when I was doing 2D art as well. We talked about the saving the eye strain for decades. That is what saved a ton of eye strain. I don't use it for, say, terrain stuff because it just gets in the way. There's no way I could have that there. But aside from the eye strain, it also makes a big difference when everything is 3 to 5 times bigger. You're just going to see some stuff that you can't see with the naked eye. So that when people look at your miniature with their naked eye, they see something that looks far sharper and cleaner than would have been the case otherwise, because they are not looking through a magnifier like you were. He had installed a ventilation system in his printing room. Yeah, I know that, well, the grow tent idea, that can also work because it does sort of hold in the fumes, but then you still have to kind of open up the grow tent, which could lead to some fumes there escaping. It's no big deal for me because, well, we have no pets, and I am literally the only person that goes in the basement at all, and it's in a tiny corner of the basement. You could be 10 feet away from that thing. You could be 6 feet away from that thing and have no idea that it's there. It's kind of that efficient as far as it broken up into small segments. But this person does not have that, and they have 5 cats. So I'm pretty sure that a large format printer, and I think he has kind of issues with listening. So that whole notion that it's going to take him many hours to set that up and print it, he's going to have to wash it and everything, I'm sure that that just went right over his head. And he will learn that immediately. Actually, Bloody Rusty Studio, I like your first version better. I just have to read that. I was bad when I opened the front dog and I was hit with the fumes. Well, the dog can certainly generate things that would be very fumy, right? So, yeah, if you got the pets that have a tendency to be curious or something like that, well, what's going to happen there? I'm actually going to maybe put a little extra something here on the top of these. So Flight Sim, it seems like you're able to discover new airbrush difficulties every week there. It can happen when you're sort of pushing the equipment, you're trying something new or whatever, or doing a new task, and I could see that definitely leading to some kind of new thing that you haven't run across before. So yeah, he's going to have to isolate that thing somehow because, again, 5 cats. And they just don't have the ability to do that the way we do. So again, all I'm trying to do is put a slightly different shape on the top of each of these here. Then we'll have to come back in with our lightest light. But you were able to solve it. Well, that's good. Glad you're able to solve the problem there. Time for some of those lightest lights again here. Right into this. And just a few of these, not every single one. I think we'll just stick with the center there. We'll do the same there. It can even maybe change the size of it a little bit. Okay, so let's take a look at our other Galadriel here. So that kind of gets the job done there. I've got this lightest light. I'm going to see if I can maybe put a couple of more well-defined dots in here. Mostly on things like this, a raised surface. We're certainly not going to do that in the depths there, but here's another area where I'm thinking I'm going to accent these a little bit more. And like here too, but not these. I might even go back and almost tone those down a little bit. So this one right here, let me see if I can get that dot here. Same thing over there. And now these 4 dots, because again, it's a raised surface, I will lighten these a little bit. We'll let those be darker. All of this, everything is wet into wet. Because we've only spent 4 hours, 25 minutes on all of this. This was nothing but primer 4 hours and 25 minutes ago. Let's see, hopefully you can get some ventilation. Yeah, Bloody Rusty Studio, they won't be able to do that because those cats are, some of those cats are tiny. And I just, last time I was there, one of those cats all of a sudden was walking around in their basement window well because he had that thing open just a tiny crack. And next thing you know, there was a cat in the window well. And he's just got nowhere to put that thing. Because again, their basement area is wide open, unlike ours, which is divided into segments. And now, of course, he's got a large format printer, and he also has to have a curing station, and he's got to find a place to wash that. And I do believe they don't have any sink in that basement. So I don't think that's going to work out too well for him. Do we have ourselves a Sarge? Do we have Sarge coming in hot and firing off some shots here on a Monday night? Thank you so much, Sarge. We could use a shamrock shake. Look at that. Look at that, a shamrock shake. Thank you so much, Sarge. We're having some fun with Dark Galadriel. So here's Light Galadriel. There's your Galadriel, sorry. There's your Dark Galadriel. We're just sort of carrying over that pattern, our lace pattern. Just, you know, reasons, why not? So Sarge, how you been doing there? I'm sure that work is still driving you crazy, and there's way too much of it, and you're still on those 8-day weeks or 9-day weeks or whatever. It's supposed to be that only Armored Wolf and I can call Tuesdays, but it seems like your guys are calling Tuesdays all the time. Now, Bloody Rusty Studio, I told him several times, but this is also the same person who, when I literally showed him a week ago all of the 3D things that I have, and then he's asking me today, so should I buy the metal trolls? And I said, so I showed you these in person. I showed this to your face, and I told you I could print up as many or whatever, and yet he was still about to buy a bunch of ancient metal trolls. That's the kind of listening capacity that we're dealing with here. So basically what I'm going to do is just let him waste all of his money to not learn a hard lesson because he hasn't learned those hard lessons yet. One of the reasons why we have 20 different bolt action armies here is because he bought 10 different bolt action armies and then just said, here, I don't want them anymore. He started out wanting to have, I think, just an Army of the Dead army. Now he's buying Easterling figures. He's buying basically anything that I say I'm working on. He has to have the same thing. I don't know if he thinks it's because it's got some kind of really good units or something like that. But the same thing happened with bolt action. I have a Russian army. He's got 2 Russian armies. Let's see. The overtime will be back to Saturday only for a while. Now here, let's keep going. So I know the last time you were here, you had no time whatsoever to get at any of the stuff that you've been printing. I still haven't had a chance to set up the printer yet. I mean, I would love me some of those winged hussars. I would love me some of those winged hussars. Let's see there. Oh, thanks, Sarge. Yeah, this is what's interesting when I really started to research what the Dark Galadriel was and the actual costume. You don't even see her, it's actually somebody else. And they just sort of superimpose her face on that scene. Because the person basically had to stand like for an hour and a half in the same position while they're attaching all this stuff to her. It's all hung up by strings and everything else. It was pretty crazy. So yeah, Bloody Rusty Studio. It's you have to. Oh yeah, and that was the other thing too. Is we were going to do an entire Barbarossa campaign. 2 games into an entire campaign, he said. So when are we going to start doing 1942? When are we going to start doing 1944? When are we doing Berlin? I said, you do realize we just played 2 games of Barbarossa. We played 2 games of it. And he's very much going to do the same thing here. So again, it's his money. Let's see. So Flight Sim has been experimenting with some Windex cleaner. We certainly have never used the Windex cleaner. I've used it to clean a lot of things. My default cleaner for brushes and other things tends to be the rubbing alcohol. So Sarge, this is one of the, actually Printing Goes Everon has a bust version of this. The hair, I couldn't even fit it on my build plate. The ends of the hair filled the entire build plate. And that was even setting it on a bit of an angle to get a few extra millimeters out of the build plate. That was insane. Now, of course, I wish that Loot Studios had a bust version of their Galadriel, but they don't. Yep, Bloody Rusty Studio, it was... I think what it is, when you're somebody that doesn't have a second of time to be wasted, and when you're realizing that you just wasted an entire hour, 2 hours, half a day, that's the one thing. If you want to make me a little bit ornery, and just ask Armored Wolf about this, you want to see the Dark Wapelius, you just start wasting some time. Then you will see Dark Wapelius. And that's pretty much end times right there. Oh, you got the Mercury 10 wash and cure station. Sarge, you're going to definitely have to send me some pics of that when you get it. Let me know how that works. Because my wash and cure station right now is a couple of Chinese food containers with rubbing alcohol in them, and another one that I'll put hot water in and just run over to the sink, and that's my wash and cure station. Well, of course, I have my nice little $10 rotating platform in the UV light, which is hilarious. So I think I like the edge of this a little bit better now. Yeah, so if you just ask Armored Wolf how I have reacted to having time wasted. And then there was that realization that the entire exercise was futile. Ah, there we go. Yeah, liking that. That works. That works. So let's see. The Sonic Mini 4K retires when the Anycubic Photon Ultra. That's your 8K one that you're talking about, Grim? Now, has anybody printed out, speaking of Loot Studios, has anybody printed out the Viking ships? I did see someone had posted, I guess, a printed Viking ship. It was something like 6 pieces, 6 giant pieces. But yeah, they printed out an entire Viking ship, one of some of the new Loot Studios stuff. Let's see, gonna have a closeout sale at ReaperCon. Most of the minis should start running the printer a lot after ReaperCon. Oh, that's right, Sarge. You were kind of busy just looking over things. You said, I'm never getting to this, or I don't really care about this as much as I did before. I remember you talking about that. So for 10,000 hours of use, no LCD screen to go boing either. Well, that is definitely a plus. Because yeah, we all know that's what LCD or the screens want to do. But oh my God, there were so many times where, well, just like last weekend, where I tried to say, look, here's the deal. I think he's already bought at least 4 or 5 of the source books. And this is a person who doesn't change his mind monthly or weekly. This is a person who will, in the space of a 5-minute span, suddenly dramatically change their mind. And I'd say, 5 minutes ago, that was not what you were talking about. So each of them has their own ship. Now, I think that was the deal, right, where people could, I guess, you had a certain amount off if you were already patrons of theirs or if you already were subscribed to them or whatever. You know what? I'm also going to get a little bit of my lighter color in there. That was all looking a little bit too flat. They're actually at least, oh, they're older than me. I think what it is, part of it is there is a certain level of OCD there. There's also a level of money is no object. So I think it will be a little bit different. Let's just say if we were to reverse those financial situations, he would be forced to maybe be a little bit more selective, maybe. So it was a discount for the first 24 hours. Oh, if you bought everything. Yeah, just ask Armored Wolf how many teenagers I have in my life that are 4 times the age of a teenager. I'm and that's me. That you're talking about me here, having to be the adult in the room. That right there. That's not leaving the wolf in charge of the hen house. That's like leaving the wolf with a barbecue grill in the hen house right there. Oh, let's see. A percentage was on sale, but it's over. Some cool figures, and it was about 80 bucks for all of them. Yeah, for me, unfortunately, the Viking thing, that's sort of been nuked a little bit because I've had to paint so many hundreds of Viking figures for commission things. and it's just I was never big into that, but that's also another way to be less interested in that, is to have to paint lots and lots and lots of something. Yeah, yeah, Flight Sim, we all are definitely, we all have the inner kid, that's for sure. All right, let's do a little bit of here, I'm gonna grab me a fresh blending brush here if I can find one. What about this? That doesn't really, this is our spotter brush, which now is just basically relegated to being a micro blending brush at this point. No, I can certainly understand, well, we all love Loot Studio figures, right? They are fantastic. Well, they did look interesting, and I know they keep showing a couple of the ones that they painted and such. Those look really good. And love the boats. I mean, heck, who doesn't love some boats? Let's see if I can't drag a little bit of that. Yeah, there we go. So this is mostly about maintaining our, getting rid of some of the brush strokes. But I had to wait on that. If I had done that, and this is what, 4 hours, I wouldn't say maybe 3 hours, 20 minutes since I put some of those brush strokes on there, maybe even longer. And still, it was kind of at the cusp of, ooh, should I wait a little bit more before doing that? Don't be hasty, little hobbitses. Don't be hasty. So what we're going to do is well, we'll go all the way back to the beginning here, the very first chapter in the Book of Wapol, which of all the things, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. There is quite literally that perline black everywhere on this thing. It's in the hair, it's in the flesh tone, it's in the dress, it's in everything. That is absolutely everywhere. What did we do? We certainly started out with the craft brushes, right? Most definitely. And then we had to make some decisions here. Do we do that lace pattern on the outer edges of her sleeves? Do we do it on the ends of the dress? Right? So those are a couple of crucial things that I knew kind of we're going to apply here. Right? Do we do this pattern? Is it worth it? Does it make it less dark by doing that? Or does it just keep it more in line with this one? Because it's going to be fun to at least have some pictures of these two together. Let's see. The problem is with all the Patreon sites, the files eat a lot of memory. Yep, Sarge, that's for sure. That is for sure. So Bloody Rusty Studio is 22 and still a kid basically. Yeah, as the youngest of 7, definitely was reminded of just how youthful I was, no doubt about that. So where's that spotter? There he is over there. So yeah, Sarge, that's one reason why I've been getting some more backup drives because, well, we obviously want to have backups of our backups, right? Which now you're talking about a decent amount of files. And I've literally seen people not be able to paint miniatures. I've seen them stand in front of a wall of paint. Again, people that have way too much money on their hands, but standing in front of a wall of paint and not actually painting because they couldn't decide on what color red. Because they were too busy looking for the ideal red color. I'm like, here's your red. Take it. That's what you get to use. It's kind of like a little kid in the cereal aisle and there's all the different kinds of cereal and they can't choose. It's like just grab a box and say this is what you're eating tomorrow. Because if you cannot decide, the decision will be made for you. And I said, does it matter? Are you serious? You know how we're just going to be mixing colors. It doesn't matter. Just grab any red. It will not make a difference. Yep, Sarge, well, like you say there, of course, sometimes actually the older you are, you can appreciate more what it is like to have some youthful exuberance and kind of enjoy some of those things that maybe technically as a grown up you're not supposed to enjoy anymore. Now, I think it all it does is enhance the appreciation. And I think that's the other reason why, okay, when it comes to the colors here, well, at the academy, you're one of the reasons why they only gave you so many was so that you didn't have that sort of analysis paralysis. It's just, okay, this is what you got. Do what you can with what you have here, and that is it. And there's some folks too that it might be something where they have trouble making decisions no matter what. I mean that I know that's a thing for some folks. Making decisions can be difficult. But when it comes to this stuff here, and I know I've seen people have a perfectly good painted miniature, and the next thing you know, it's either been totally painted over or they've stripped it for whatever reason because they just kept questioning what they were doing with it. Oh, Sarge, that is totally legit. Oh yeah, Sarge, just you can if you were to put some kind of anger meter or something like that on Armored Wolf and myself, and you could just say, okay, how often have they had a chance to do anything, any kind of miniatures related stuff or anything like that for themselves? You could just do that by our blood pressure rates or the temperature of our skulls that are about to explode. Aaron Bano, I wonder if because I was wondering, like, who the heck cares about vanilla ice cream? But maybe that's it. All right, Amateur Paint Hour. I hope that you have lots of success with your painting there. And I guess too, well, and we've talked about this before. I know the question comes up, well, how do you know when a miniature is done? Now, of course, my training, it was beaten into you over and over again that it's just got to be good enough. When it's good enough, it's done. You move on to the next thing, and that's it. There is no perfect. There will never be a perfect, which is pretty much true. You're never going to do the perfect miniature. You'll never do the perfect painting. You'll never do the perfect anything because, well, pretty much by law, we are required to be totally imperfect. Bloody Rusty Studio, it just like you were saying there, people will ask me, so why did you use that color versus that color? And the only reason I could come up with was one color was about 3 inches closer to me on the table than the other one was. And that ain't kidding. Boy, Aaron Banel, it would be really good if some folks would do just that bit of advice there and just they say, how many times have you probably heard someone say, man, I'm tired of looking at this thing? So then say, then just put it down and don't look at it anymore. Do something else. Because you would be amazed at how your viewpoint changes when you do something else and then you come back to that thing. All of a sudden you could say, you know what? That's more finished than I thought it was. Or it's actually just totally done and I'm not going to screw around with it anymore. So see, I added a couple of more lights in there. Just a few more. Black cherry ice cream, boy, Sarge, that sounds really good. I still haven't had a chance to even look for my mint melt away ice cream. I swear I've got to try and get some of that tomorrow. Must have mint melt away ice cream. It's been years since I last had it. I think whatever that ice cream shop they would take us to at ReaperCon, it had blueberry ice cream, like blueberry and chocolate ice cream or something like that. And that was something that I really liked. Okay, here I'm going to try and soften that a bit. I'm going to see. I'm going to take a chance here. Let's take a wee bit of a chance. We're going to take some of that green. It's not just darkening that down, also changing the color there on her forehead. Oh, Grim, that sounds really good. Yeah, peanut butter, cookie dough, ice cream. What's the one? Is it Rocky Road or Moose Tracks? That's the other one that I really like. So I'll go into that store tomorrow and I'll do a quick search for mint meltaway. If I don't see that, I'll just triage it down to Moose Tracks or I'll triage it down to something else. I ain't walking out of there with some flavor of ice cream and it sure as heck won't be vanilla. I guess some folks are also more picky. Again, when you're the youngest of seven, being picky is not part of your reality. It's like if it has been on the floor for less than 2 days and it's not been cleaned by another sibling, you just eat that. I have to get after my 10 a.m. meeting, so yeah, that sounds really good. Well, Grim, actually, as a kid and a Boy Scout, we made Indian yellow ice cream here all the time. Well, actually, it was more like a lemon chill. Yeah, that's why. That's why at the ballpark I never had a lemon chill because, well, when you're a Boy Scout, you make lemon chills all the time when you're winter camping. I'm going to take my white over here. We're going to take some of that tiny bit of Prussian blue over there. And let's see if I can maybe, oh yeah, look at this. We can still go fairly light here on the sleeves. I had to wait to see what was going on with this. Also this right here. It's just one of those things, you do part of it, you say, okay, now based on what I see there, I don't have any leeway to go lighter, or I kind of have to go lighter. Oh, it's the salted caramel pecan. Actually, Grim, I think that is something that Kathy would really like. You know what they used to have, and they haven't had them at the store for a while. It was basically pecan ice cream, but it was pretty much just like a whole bunch of crushed pecans with the ice and a little bit of ice cream with it. That was an interesting blend. It was kind of like an ice cream bar, but it was nice to have after streaming or right before because since it was like, I don't know, 80% made out of pecans or whatever. It actually had some energy in it. So that we started out with our number 8 round craft brushes to do all of our pre-glaze type stuff. Where's our filbert? Here's our homemade filbert brush. Again, another craft brush right there. And since then, we've been using things like our 10-0 and 18-0 liner brushes to get all the finer work in, plus all of the freehand. Now, I don't want to make this too light here because then, well, why is it so dark on the other side? So it's a little bit of a balancing act. I think we're good here. That's still just original pre-glaze right there. So even though I would like it to be darker, we'll change it up just a smidge. We got some of this Prussian blue here. very much a dry brush. Just gonna dry brush a little bit of a bluish tone there, something to make it a little different. And that's the, boy, that is the difference with this light. You can actually see the blue in there. Wow, that's pretty cool. Oops, another one over here too. See if I can slip that brush in there. And that's doing the that blending for me. There we go. So yeah, I needed to have a little more color variation on that. Yeah, now Bloody Wristy Studio, I used to use liner brushes all the time. They just kind of ran out. I had the whatchamacallits, the spotter things. We were using those for a while, but now I'm realizing, yeah, the 18 zeros all the way. Yeah, Bloody Wristy Studio, the Prussian blue. Well, that's why it's called Prussian blue, right? And that's why you don't see cerulean blue or cobalt blue as we welcome in Trash. How you doing? Yeah, so Trash, all kinds of phthalo green here. Lots of phthalo green. You can really see the phthalo green down there. Do I want to make her lower lip any lighter? I'm just going to maybe right there along that edge. Bam. Yeah. Okay. That works. A little more shape there. So the Prussian blue basically wiped out cobalt blue and cerulean blue at the same time. It did what, you know, it does what the Prussians do to their neighbors. It just marched over on the palette, wiped them out. Cobalt blue has made a few attempts to reappear on the palette. It has in a couple of painting series, but those are few and far between. Those must just be some partisan actions or something like that. Now, Sarge, with the whole being able to print things and such, has it just really sort of changed your mind when you see a bunch of miniatures sitting around the house there and you say, you know what? I'll just, like you say, I'll print what I like instead of getting something I think I might want to paint later? Does it sort of cut down on some of the extra stuff sitting around there? Yes, Trash, all will love her, and they will certainly despair. No doubt about that. And of course, I don't know if you heard, actually, Trash, if you look at the latest clip that was made, Alex is no longer in possession of the ring, courtesy of some lambus bread that a certain elf may or may not have fed the troll. He's like, oh man, that was really tasty, but yeah, you might want to use like an air freshener because oh, that didn't go so well. I had to write on empty canvas because my notebook is 6 feet from me. Well, Bloody Rusty Studio, that would be the first Book of Wapple in painting form. It's like the Book of Wapple in mural form right there. So I am all in favor of that. That works for me. Ooh, you know, I think I like the idea of making that just a little lighter. So yeah, kind of feel sorry for whoever's going in there after Alex. Yeah, you might want to have one of those. You might want to have some Febreze or something like that with you. Because how many loaves of lembas? Oh, it was 20 loaves. Yeah, 20 loaves of lembas bread. That kind of did the trick. So here's we actually sculpted this last night in a video. We wanted to match the other Schmaladriel, but this figure just floats. So you could try to pin her feet into something, but this is a solid printed figure, so that wasn't going to go so well. There's a couple of pins over on this side of her dress, and I don't know if you could see those two holes right there. So she sits on this base, which of course we wanted to have it be close enough to our other Schmaladriel base right here. With 3D printing, you no longer have a pile of shame. You just now have a hard drive of shame because you cannot keep up with all the files. Well, Grim, we've certainly experienced that, haven't we? Yes, sir. Actually, now it's gonna be multiple hard drives of shame as we welcome in Orcrist. Orcrist, I hope that you're doing well. Nice to see you again. And if everybody could please give Orcrist Studio a follow, that would be sensational. Now, okay, well, we can also now say, since it's almost midnight here, we can say we need to support all of our fellow late night streamers and early morning streamers because, that's what we do. So one oily dragon is down. Well, Orcris, you'll certainly, you'll discover things each and every figure that you do. There's things that I did on this one that I said, oh, okay, haven't really tried that before. That worked out good. Every single day that I'm painting miniatures, there is something new that is learned. Sometimes whether I want to or not, but something new is always learned. Do what now? How the heck are you doing? Let's see, I have one Patreon that's 50 miniatures every month. Well, Grim, that's the beauty of the oils, right? Do what now? How the heck are you doing? So Orcris, that is why we are constantly talking about dry brush, right? This is 90% of the time, that's about how much paint I've had on the brush. Even the initial pre-glaze was a dry brush. Then we wiped that away, then we dry brushed over the dry brush, which was wiped away. So it's all about less is more and more is way too much. But do what now? How the heck are you doing? How are you doing? Wait a minute, who could that be? Wait a minute. He's like, hey, lady, where's the old guy? It's like, oh, uh, don't know. I think I don't know. Maybe he went off to Dogol Door. He was gonna fight some guy named the Necromancer. He's like, ooh, that sounds like quite the serious fight that he has. It's like, no, I think they were just gonna go smoke some weed together. He's like, wait, what? Wait, no, where'd they go? Thanks, lady. Sorry about that. Couldn't resist that.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
And thank you so much, Carfaxius. Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja. Take note of this. Thursdays, 2D art. Gandalf versus Balrog. Yes, 2D art. Gandalf versus Balrog. That should be a very fun scene at the bridge. So do what now? How have you been doing? Jeez Louise, how are you? So yeah, Bloody Rusty Studio, of course, that's Birdie and Jeeves, and of course Jeeves is quite serious. Jeeves is very serious, and maybe Birdie might have had a little bit too much of was it the long bottom leaf or whatever. So yeah, I think that Birdie has maybe had a little bit too much. Yeah, so trash. It should be really interesting because especially we paint. Oh, and I found the Balrog. For everybody wondering, for weeks I've been looking around for the Balrog and the Witch King. Yeah, well, because I was getting ready to do those battle reports, I said, look at this. It's a giant wooden cabinet that's about 90 years old. It's been sitting here for about 25 years. I've got older miniatures in there. What I'm going to do is take the older miniatures out. We'll put those in a box, and then we'll stick the Balrog and the Witch King in there because they're too big to put in any of my carrying cases. And they also won't get dusty. It was a perfection of an idea. The slight hitch in that plan was that I completely forgot they were in there. And I have been searching for them for weeks. And even Landras knows. I've looked in the same places 2 or 3 or 10 times. No sign of the Balrog or the Witch King. But now we have them. Yes. And now I have just realized before I started the stream that thanks to the Moria dragon, which was the Reaper Bones dragon, I could right now crank just play with about 1100, no, almost 1200 points of Moria, close to that. So Landrast, the Captain America weren't there, but I have a feeling, that shelf thing that I was looking at. I have a feeling he was in there, but I just can't. I couldn't get to him without taking all the other figures down. So I have a feeling that's where he is, just literally hiding in plain sight like those guys were, except my line of sight is totally blocked. So yes, hiding in totally blocked plain line of sight. I need to get some darks in here. That's what's missing now. We have just a ton of middle tones. We have no light, no dark back in some of these recesses here. Yeah. So it's kind of interesting. They went to more of a landscape type thing, and then the last few have been more architectural, right? Where's our Boromir? Well, our Argonath too, but this is probably the most close up of an actual character that we've had. And of course, what does the Boromir say? There we go. Couldn't be a stream without that. Oh, thanks, Bithron. Boy, Bithron, I was telling Kathy what I have to start doing is gathering all these clips together and downloading those so that I have that footage so that we could make a best of. That I don't know if I would want to put those on the YouTube channel. Something tells me that people would get really ornery if I did that, but oh my goodness. But that was I was glad to find those because I actually need that. Well, I need that Balrog for sure. It would be fun to have them while we're painting on Thursday. Of course, the funny thing is our painted backdrop is half the size of the Balrog. So Aaron Banal, it was one of the very small, I think this is probably one of the earlier ones as well. So yeah, that's one of the smaller dragons right there. I have painted the big guy, the five-headed one. I think I have a second one here. I might have a second one. If I do have that second one, guess what? We could paint that in oils. That would be very fun. So yeah, Bloody Rusty Studio, of course. If we've done a little bit of rewriting, so just realize that the old man said, you know what, that story, I know I wrote it, I thought it was perfect the way I wrote it, but it's been around a while. It needs kind of a new vision. So that's why we've been taking a new vision to Lord of the Rings and making a few small adjustments here and there. Just a few small adjustments. The funny thing is, Bloody Rusty Studio, when I see the movies at all, even parts of them, I keep thinking that's not how it happened. Because of course, the true, genuine Lord of the Rings lore is what we've been doing with it, right? See if I can get more of that dark under here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
That is gonna, ooh, yeah. We're gonna get to our new little hobbit in just a sec. There we go. That's the one that we really needed to do. And oh, it's the Gab father. He's like, oh my goodness. She's like, what, dude? I've got workout here. I don't have a ring. I didn't give 20 lambus loaves to some troll that might have a. Ooh, hey, that was your horse that did that, right? Like, lady, come on. It's like I'm practically a god too. Jeez. Oh boy, sorry about that. I couldn't resist. It had to be done. Do we need to get some more dark over here? Yes, we do, because I would like that to separate from the neck just a smidge. The beauty of the liner brush. It's not about painting lines. It's about being able to fish my way through some of these hazards right here. Sarge, did you hear about our fishing with dynamite and all the benefits? There's like 5 different benefits that fishing with dynamite has. I mean, just so many benefits fishing with dynamite. So, now, of course, on the serious side, it's been really fun to have as a resource those different lore videos. Was it In Deep Geek is one of them. It used to be Men of the West. I think now it's called The Broken Sword. Or maybe there still is Men of the West. I don't know. I think they might have changed their name to The Broken Sword. And they've been redoing a lot of their content. And I think there's a few other lore video creators, and it's really fantastic because it kind of collates some of the information from different sources. So it'll take a little bit from the Silmarillion, a little bit from Lost Tales, some of it from the letters and the notes. So instead of kind of getting lost and trying to find one thing or another, they've kind of done all the research for you. Sarge is fishing with grenades. Those are just handheld depth charges, right, Sarge? Handheld depth charges. Oh, lakes do what now? Now, if you want it, this was the Schmeladriel that we painted last week, of course, with the same type of lace pattern on the sleeves. Also the same type of base. We'll get to that in a second, but we are also kind of mimicking the patterns right there. So Bloody Rusty Studio suggests spearfishing with a rocket launcher. Actually, now Bloody Rusty Studio, we were talking about those flying carp. Well, how are you going to catch a flying carp if he flies over your boat? So if he gets too high, you can it'd be like a Stinger missile. Yeah, it'd be like a Stinger missile. You can take that fish down, even if it's a good 20 feet in the air. Yep, Sarge, we are very excited about that because all we've had in the past is either a nasty meta one or a way worse fail cast miniature. So really looking forward to those. And Sarge, the nice thing is that we're not just getting one source book. So War in the North, I've been talking about that. Well, guess what? Before the War in the North comes out, they are doing basically Dol Guldur. So it's kind of the rise and fall of Dol Guldur and the Necromancer. I don't believe we're getting a new Necromancer figure, but there's 2 new books coming out. Now, of course, there's terrain. There's the Ammonhan, the Seeing Chair, and then you've also got, well, some Dol Guldur terrain. Not so interested in those because, well, we can kind of make our own terrain, right? Also, that's Forge World. But the Witch King miniature and those source books, oh baby, that's going to be really amazing. Let me see. Hey, Gun Pocket, nice to see you. Geek Zone, that's yeah, that's one, right? And there's another one too. And I wish I could. I'm sorry that I can't quite think of it right now. There's just so many of them. There's about 5 different ones I think that I'll have going in the background when I'm exercising or packing up miniatures or something like that. But Bloody Rusty Studio, it would be different if they hadn't said it was supposed to be cheaper and better, and it was none of those things. It was the opposite of all those things. If they at least kind of said, look, guys, tin is getting to be too pricey. We're not going to make new molds. We're just going to put this garbage materials into those molds. It's going to be really terrible for a while, but, we'll figure out something else. So trash, we have to figure out what's the optimal black gate. The view from within or the view from without. Of course, one of my favorite black gate scenes is from on top of the black gate. Kind of like that. Then, of course, there's the black gate scene where your kind of eye of Sauron is sort of shining through the black gate. So that could be an interesting scene. So yeah, Bloody Rusty Stew, that would explain, there was mold slippage, and we weren't talking about 2 years into Failcast. We're talking about immediately into Failcast. It was mold slippage and all these other hideous things that were going on. All right, there's my blending brush. Look at that. Said, yeah, don't really like that. Just wiped it away. It's like what we did with, remember on the other figure where we said, that freehand's not quite what we need. We just wiped it away and did it again. No big deal. Yeah, trash. Weren't we talking about speculating who the Mouth of Sauron actually was? Was he was he a sorcerer? Was he just another king? Was he just another person? Who was he before he became the Mouth of Sauron? They also try to create a timeline in that particular lore video, basically just guessing how long he might have been around. Now their speculation was that he wasn't around all that long, maybe less than 100 years potentially. I kind of would think a little bit longer than that. And of course, Sarge, since there is going to be a war in the North Book, it also means legendary legions for Easterlings. Thank goodness. I mean, yeah, I am totally fine with the Easterling army as it is because I actually use all the stuff in it. Unlike most of the folks out there that only use about three miniatures from the entire Easterling line. Yeah, Gun Pocket, he had quite the smile. Not one that you probably would want to see too often. Maybe he just needed to floss a little bit more. His gums wouldn't been quite so irritated. So yeah, possibly stating he was a Black Numenorian. And what were some of the other things that they kind of conjectured that he might have been? And of course, okay, Black Numenorian. From where? From Umbar? From maybe further east? I guess there just wasn't a lot of information about. Yeah, Bloody Rusty Studio. For me, and having to do commission things, Forge World was something that I had to deal with. Of course, there was a penalty applied. Actually, all of the figures for the Tomb King's army that I didn't build myself or scratch sculpt myself, and all of the figures for the what was the other army? The Dark Elder army. That was part of the penance for having to deal with Forge World. Oh, and of course I think there was also some Necron stuff too. So we do have some Necron stuff sitting around here that was also part of the penance, again for having me do Forge World stuff. Now I do also have the 9, the Doggle Door 9. I have those. I will try to get those prepped, especially now that well we've got that book coming out. So we'll definitely have to get those prepped. Maybe do some special streams when that new book is announced and coming out. All right, Grim, you have a good one. Yeah, it is after midnight here too. This is a lot. Also, definitely said the fact that Old World is going to be Forge World. So I haven't heard anything about what the Forge World minis would be. I do know that they had their sort of Q&A thing that they did, and it did sound like they would be, well, they wanted people to be able to use their original armies or their old armies, which means are they really going to invest in making new plastic kits for Empire or Lizardmen or whatever? And I thought that Forge World is all but shut down right now, actually, just because of all the things that are going on around the world. I thought Forge World actually wasn't up and running right now. Or if it was running on a minimal proverbial skeleton crew. All right, Aaron Banel, thank you so much. Well, here we'll get you one more peek at those together, and then here. Well, let's do a film noir. We haven't done that in a while. Zoink! There goes the color. Yeah. Oh, look! Like now that they've got their sparkly bits. Yeah. Interesting to see that in black and white. So thank you so much. Appreciate you hanging out as long as you could. Where's my 10-0? I'm going to see if I can't come back in on the back parts of the fingers here. Try and maybe hide some of the dots right there. That helps a little bit. And I'm looking at the upper lip here. I need to do a little something there. Where's my 18-0? That was over here. I just want to get that right there. I don't know if that's a painting artifact or if that's actually there in the cast itself, but we're going to see what happens. Again, our 10-0 right here. Try and sharpen up that line a little bit. Okay, yeah, so that was probably more of a painting type of a thing right there. Sarge, that's how we knew, because well, of course, they came out with a new King. Well, this is not the King Dane, but they came out with a new King Dane figure that was old, and then they came out with a Prince Bard. They came out with a bunch of Men of Dale that were sort of more like armored knights. So we saw that, and then also the new Easterling stuff. There's no way they're doing that without having war in the north, right? So Sarge, the new Witch King is going to be plastic. It's just like these type of kits where you've got the plastic Saruman on horseback and then the plastic foot version. And you have the choice between the flail, the Morgul blade, or the sword. You can also have crown or Morgul crown or no Morgul crown. So yeah, the Witch King is a plastic thing. Now the Dane, again, all that other stuff like King Dane and those new Dale guys, that's all Forge World stuff. Just like the Easterlings were Forge World. I just call them the Easterling Ninjas. I think they are the Dragon Cult acolytes. So it would be it would be so bizarre to be seeing all of the old Tomb King chariots again. Oh my goodness, that would be really weird. I think that was an army that failed so hideously. The rules were so terrible on that, they never bothered to make half the miniatures for it. So yeah, New Witch King is definitely a plastic set. They're pretty much only going to be making, I think, plastic sets for characters, and that's about it. I can't imagine them doing that with, I think, was it the Rivendell Knights? These guys was pretty much the last new plastic box that they did. Where'd they go? Here they are. So I think these are the last of the newer plastic figs, but that was when the Hobbit movies came out. So yeah, we're talking about some of these other things like, well, and also too the Nazgul 9. Those guys were also Forge World, and of course the terrain that they've got, that is also going to be Forge World. I'm sure, no doubt about it. I mean, I could be wrong. They did the Rohan terrain in plastic, but the way the way they kind of presented this, I'm thinking that's going to be Forge World stuff. More like your Amon Sul, your Weathertop set. Where did that blending brush run off to? There you are. So this is more about brushstroke management, less about mixing colors. Just gonna take away some of the brushstrokes there. This is the beauty of the oil paints. This is why we are not layering, right? We can just throw a much lighter color on there and then just blend the rest of it away. I might do this in a couple of more spots. Again, this is about brushstroke management here. Maybe some of these we might also tone down. Like, see these darks that we did over here? That's something I'm kind of blending in a little bit here. Do we have any more of those? I'm going to maybe do these guys too. And then right over here. See, that's just a little too rough. Nice and smooth. This is what I love about the oils. There's no masking, airbrushing, or anything like that. There's nothing, because yeah, you could airbrush some of this stuff, but then you'd have to mask things off and do whatever. It's like, no, don't want to have to deal with that. Boy, I can really see, as I'm looking at it, I can really see some of the blues in there. Yeah, definitely can. But what I can also see is that we've been at this 5.5 hours and I got a whole bunch of work to do. We actually have to also edit a video still tonight. Let's see, so Bloody Risky Studio, we didn't start painting GW stuff until about 2005-ish, 2006, then when we started going to the bunker and stuff. So yeah, actually I knew the person that owned the company that did that armor cast stuff. Yeah, that was and I remember seeing that stuff at what was that store called? Oh, what the heck was it called? It's in Roseville. Gamers, not Gamers Paradise. Games Plus, that's it. Yeah, I remember meeting him, and he was the guy doing the old Forge World when it was all yellow, right? Basically yellow resin. But I think we might head off to Teal's way here. I thought Drax might be streaming already, but I don't think he is. I'm just going to do a quick little double check. So, oh, we have Topulus, though. We haven't raided, well, let's maybe raid. We'll do a Topulus raid. Yeah, we've raided Teal's a couple of times. Sarge, you're going to have to let me know. If you don't mind, fill me in on what happens there. So, Actually, yeah, let me see if we can. Well, no, Drax is just getting started. Let's try Topulus here, because I just want to join him in his chat. I want to nuke him, right? Because he's probably only just gotten started. So thanks again, everybody. I appreciate all those bitses and stuff. Sorry to head out early, but well, it's not early. It's has been 5.5 hours, and we got this pretty well underway here. Oh, thanks, Steelhead. Yeah, this was a blast here. Let's compare again to the regular Schmaladriel here. Bam, look at that. So again, this is the Loot Studios. This is the Printing Goes Ever On right there. So here we'll get our raid countdown started. Yeah, Sarge, I didn't realize they might have. I guess I'm so used to Lord of the Rings being like set to the back of the room there. No problem, Bloody Rusty Studio, because other people definitely benefit from hearing the answers for sure, right? So thanks again, everybody. I appreciate it, and I'll see you Thursday for Balrog versus Gandalf.